see. How does this thing work?
Johnny, I'm gonna mail you 2 photos I found, but don't put them on until.
All right.
Later.
Don't.
Hot mic.
Hot
Go.
mic. Very hot. Hot. Hot
So
mic.
hot. So hot.
Hot mic. Remember, Paul? Didn't know he could do that.
Hot Carl.
Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. Man, what's up, everybody? This is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It is August 25th, 2020, 8:15 Eastern, 5:15, Santa Cruz, Hollywood, Hot
Phoenix.
Mic. Phoenix.
Yeah,
Hot
Phoenix.
mic.
We're all on the same. We're all on the same time right now.
It's about time, man. It's amazing. It's great.
Hot mic.
I'd
Hot mic.
like to start the roll call in the chat by welcoming Black Salami, who says the show still sucks. That's always good.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
We have made it. We have made it.
At least we achieve. We strive for consistency. So if it sucks every week, we're good.
Yeah. That way you know what to expect. The bar is so low that every show is going to be better.
I'm in.
I'm so happy. Thank you, Black Salami.
Thank you. And thank you to our channel members. The executive producers, Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Mike Neese, Michael Smith, David Ennis, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Yeah, they're the top tier of the channel members here on YouTube. If you'd like to help support the channel, support the shows, click the join button below.
Actually, can we see that list again? Because we have a guest announcer. Do you want to come on? Do you want to read the producers? Put that list back on. Put that list back on.
Talking about the birthday boy.
No. Kim, come over here. Come here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very nice surprise. Kimberly Guilfoyle has agreed to read the executive producer list today. Thank you, Kim. Go ahead. Take the mic. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank executive producers Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Mike Neese, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, and Steve Carmichael.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that.
That was great. Thank you. That was great.
I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but I do.
No, of course.
I do think that Don Jr. and Kimberly Guilfoyle, or whatever her name is, both of them blasted 2 or 3 rails before taking the stage last night. My God, when you saw Don Jr. his eyes were like they were like Eddie Van Halen in 1981. I could almost read through the reflection in his eyes from 50 yards away. It was unbelievable. He was so coked up.
I'll also avoid the politics of whatever side you're on. I respect your
I don't
vote
care about that.
as long as you vote. Yeah, visual. I will say this about Kimberly Guilfoyle. She just came on. I just want to see that woman in a porn. Oh my God! I'm going to come. Yes, feel my ample breasts. I'm really. She's an enthusiastic girl.
It did seem like a Deep South Bible revival for a while, but again, I don't care about the politics of it. Look, we're on now so that you don't have to watch that nonsense.
Yeah, we don't do politics, so glad you're here, not there.
The only politics we'll get into is Dave versus Sammy.
Yeah, and that's actually something in the news today.
Aha.
Yeah. Here's a hint for you. Stay tuned.
You'll
Stay
have to stay tuned
tuned.
to the show, the entire show, the whole show. By the way, also, just to tease a little bit, I know that you do the guitar. You're gonna do your mystery guitar.
Show and tell.
I have listener mail.
We have mail. I got something in the mail
Nice.
today. Well, this week too. Let me show you guys. And this is also going to serve as a clue for today's show and tell guitar later on. Check this out. What?
A Fruitcake Tony
Fruitcake
shirt.
Tony on YouTube. Look at that. In neon orange, baby. In
Yeah.
neon orange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fruitcake Tony. That rocks. Fruitcake Tony on. And what's really great is I walk around Hollywood with this. We've had some homophobic attacks, and of course I'm walking around already wearing the pink. So that already, you know, as a gay ally, that puts me on target. And then you just see someone says, "What's on your shirt, man?" Fruitcake. Come here, man. Hey, fellas, fruitcake's in the house.
Hey,
Oh,
what's
that
up,
fruitcake. Hey, fruitcake. Come here, fruitcake.
Yep, somewhere,
gosh.
Andrew Dice Clay is like, my career, it's back.
Rodney Dangerfield right now in the grave. Oh, boy. We're talking about that fruitcake guy. You know, the fruitcake. Hey, fruitcake. Thank you, Fruitcake Tony. I really appreciate the shirt's badass.
You rock, Tony.
I will wear
man.
it. Thank you, man.
I still don't have anything.
No, you have listener mail.
I do have listener mail. Here's the thing. I haven't opened it, so I'm like, and it came. It's funny. It didn't come to me.
So did I.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it came to me. But look who wrote it. It looks like it was written by Ted Kaczynski. Look at that. That's like some third grader wrote that.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason why.
Neanderthal.
By the way, I'm not worried about showing the address. That's the radio
I
station.
am 5 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am 5 years old, and I want to tell you, you are my favorite on the Johnny Beane show.
Yep. My guess is whoever wrote that envelope, whoever addressed the envelope, wears a helmet.
Yeah, was it JoJo the Chimp? Be careful, it might be anthrax.
No, I don't think it's JoJo the Chimp. It looks like it was written with somebody with an opposable thumb.
No, I wrote that, and I'll tell you why.
Did you?
I'll tell you why. It looks
Sorry.
like that.
Now it makes sense.
Because when you sent me the address, you put the
Yeah.
zip code first. So it said the zip code and then the address. So I put the zip code thinking that was the street address. That's why it looks like that.
With all the mail
Well,
problems we
I
have
said the
right
zip-
now, this is what we're going through.
Did I send the
But that
zip
gets
code?
through.
Did I send the zip code? The zip code. What am I from England?
You sent the zip code first. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And I wrote it in pen. And so the whole thing was redone with Sharpie. So, but hey, it got there.
Comes from breeding. Parents are probably idiots too.
Johnny Beane is going to send a letter today.
I'd like you to take a note, please. Dictation.
Dictating. Dictating. You'll please note the cock above the rhino.
John Biel loving the Statler and Waldorf shirt. We went with Statler and Waldorf today with their
Oh, nice.
Nice.
with their review of the show. It was terrible.
Is that black salami on the left?
It was terrible.
Hey, the show really
Here's the
sucks. Whoa!
Here's the great thing about the show. It's over.
Hey, look, everybody. Mancuda's got his cock out. Whoa! Oh, boy. That's a great shirt, man.
Yeah, thank you. That's the Statler. Well, my ex-wife got that. That shows you what she knew what she was dealing with.
Well, that's what you got in the divorce. She got the house, the car, and the bank account, but you keep all the T-shirts and 3 guitars.
And she stole my friggin' Get Smart DVD box set.
You couldn't fight for that with a lawyer? Your Honor, let's be reasonable. The Jaime episodes alone.
Missed it by that much.
We almost got a good lawsuit, Chief. We almost came into settlement, but 99 did a 69 with the plumber, and we're done.
By the way, 11 minutes in the show, nobody has sworn yet. Congratulations.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank
Yeah,
goodness.
we're professionals. This is like the Andy Timmons. This is like the Andy Timmons episode we did last year. Andy Timmons is a guest for those that didn't look it up on YouTube. And I didn't drop one F-bomb. I got all this fan mail the next day. Man, Kuda, you were so professional. I'm like, on regular shows, I don't drop F-bombs. On this, I usually do. But, I try not to with a guest.
By the way,
Like, I can't do it.
KXM Rock says he downloaded the KSLX app. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
No, very cool.
Nice.
I would just like to start the show up by saying booger.
I love him in those movies. Hey, should we do a quick roll call just to see?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see who's.
Yeah, we love each and every one of our viewers.
We really do.
Well, not when the lawyers called. Then it was
Yeah.
not if lawyers called, we were just the Jerry Falwell Jr. We were just watching. We weren't involved.
He likes to watch, that guy.
Yeah, well, his wife does a lot of missionary work apparently.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh, gosh.
That was really good. And Kurt S5150 has all his kids watching. Kurt, how old are your kids? I'm just curious. Yeah. And are any of them like over 18 and really hot? And is that one?
It just got ugly.
Oh my
Yeah, I know. Let's do a roll call while we're waiting for Kurt to reply. Renus Pinko 69, Halface, Robot Master Switch, Blackjack Guitar Nut, Yostinator, KXM Rock, the doggy, our girl
Hang on,
Susie.
I'll check on that.
Okay. See what he's damaging.
That's usually something bad.
Our girl Susie Cherry, our other girl Janice Lala, Jim Nicholas, Sandra Picorni. Picorni, me love you long time. Cobra Kai Platoon, my favorite artist. Thank you so much for the stuff you put in the Discord. I love shit like that. That
Thank
Journey
you
to the
so
Center of the Earth drawing you did was freaking fantastic. If you guys haven't checked out the Discord, check that out. Very, very, very cool.
Yeah, there's a link right there.
A lot of stuff going on.
It's happening. There's a lot of people in there. And yeah, Cobra Kai, those are hilarious.
Let's see. Blackjack's Black Salami, Blackjack Guitar Nut, Robot Master Switch. This is where I always screw it up because I start repeating names. Hugh Caldwell, John Biel in the house, Nightbot in the house, Charles Green, one of the big producers, Charles Green. He's in the house. Now we really got to do a good job today.
Got to sit up straight.
We got to really sit up straight. And thank you, Susie Cherry. I love your comments. Thank you. Let's see. Islander Winder. Fruitcake Tony, thank you for the shirt so much, brother. Mr. Hellstorm 74, Papa Blue, tried to get a burp out. Quentin James, Mark Dillon, Professional Idiot. That's my other stage name. I don't know. And do I own any Hamer guitars? I do not. I like the I do like one Hamer. It's a modified version of nuts. Paul Stanley used it.
Explorer.
No, it's similar to an Explorer. It's a I'm trying to think of the Hamer name for it. I think it was in Tears Are Fallen video. He had one. Scarab, Hamer Scarab. There's a modified version of a Hamer Scarab that I'd like to eventually get. They made like 2 or 3 of them for Paul Stanley. I'd like to get one day. A buddy of mine has one. But that's the only Hamer that ever really caught my eye.
We should make note that today is birthday number 71 for one Chaim Witz.
That name sounds familiar.
Yes, for a nominal fee, I changed it to Gene Simmons, a very powerful and attractive man.
Happy birthday, Gene Simmons.
Happy birthday.
We're gonna sing happy birthday for Gene right now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. dear Gene. Come on, everybody. Happy birthday to you.
I don't usually say things like this to guys my age, but ow, does my back fucking hurt.
Oh,
Goes my back.
this is that time that you'll find Gene in like Katz's Deli or something, you know. What do you think, Gene? What do you want? Should you get a boiled egg or should you get a half dill pickle?
My knees are broken, my back's tired.
Wow.
Ibuprofen time again. He's 71 years old and still doing that show. Keep that in mind. 71 and still on the platforms and still spitting fire and the blood and the whole deal. 71.
Amazing.
71.
Gene's gonna come out with a flaming walker. It's gonna be great.
Gene is now officially the elder.
A world without back pain.
I don't know who I'm talking to, or if someone's talking to me.
There's got to be another
I don't
TV.
know who you are. I don't know.
There's got to be another TV special. Kiss meets the chiropractor.
And a world without Thayer. By the way, I posted this on Facebook earlier. Gene Simmons was my first musical idol, man. I was like 7 years old at Jason's Music and Luggage, because back in the day, record stores couldn't sustain themselves just being record stores, so they had to sell cheap vinyl luggage as well. And Jason's Music and Luggage was in Quincy, Massachusetts. And I'm flipping through the records, and the only record that I bought with my own money at that point was Wild Cherry. True story. Because I loved to play that funky music because I was 7.
Play that funky music,
yeah.
boy.
So I'm flipping through the racks. You know, you just start at A and just kind of go your way through, and I come to Kiss Dressed to Kill, and I was like, I gotta have this. Look at these guys. They're in 3-piece suits, but they've got makeup. This is awesome. So I bought it, and literally, and I put this up on Facebook, and I was waiting for somebody to correct me, because I said the first time I heard his voice in room service, I was hooked. And I was waiting for people to go, well, Paul sings room service. I'm going, no. I mean, literally the hook, the chorus of the song, when he goes, room service. That's it. Like, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, that guy sounds cool.
He does. And you know what's funny? Who else could take a song about room service and make it cool? I mean, think about that.
Well, I love that. And I love the lyrics. Room service, baby, I could use a meal. What?
That's Gene in the old age home right now. They have the kosher meal. Mr. Simmons, please stop licking the Jell-O like that. You're making the other patients nervous. I'm a resident here like them.
It's cold wind time again.
Oh, it's shredding in here. Cold wind time again. Crank up the AC.
Oh my goodness.
Hotter than hell. It's so hot in here. I can't. What am I doing?
What's gonna be great is on the last show, Gene's gonna go to spit fire and his teeth are gonna go flying. Oh, somebody in the audience is like,
71 and still puts on the best show in rock. You could argue it, but you'd be wrong.
Yeah,
71, unbelievable.
Yeah, and we're busting chops because we're massive Kiss fans. You know, just we're just poking fun at our friends here. But listen, Gene, if anyone in your camp is listening, I'm sure someone is. Really, seriously, happy birthday, man. We're having a little fun, but we love you so much, man.
It was, and again,
Yeah. The graphic.
uh-oh,
Thank you.
phone's ringing.
Gene?
Oh, Johnny.
Gene, is that you?
Does Gene live in Kentucky?
You never know. He has so many damn houses.
Yeah, it's
He just
possible.
sold one, so it's all
So
possible.
Happy birthday to Gene Simmons, and also happy birthday to arguably the greatest vocalist in heavy metal history, the one and only metal god, Rob Halford.
Oh, happy birthday, Rob.
Happy birthday.
Screaming for penis.
Men in bars at night.
Oh my
Men in bars at night. Rob likes. You've got another pink thumb.
Oh my gosh.
I also couldn't be more of a nice guy. Rob Halford is the ultimate English gentleman, the coolest guy on the face of the earth. We actually had him in studio the day that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame fucked Judas Priest, and he was cool enough to read. Well, pretty much, yeah. It was the day. It was 2 years ago when they were denied entry in the final day when they had made the final decision. He was in our studio that morning and got the email on his cell phone while he was on the air with us and read it on the air. And there's a video of it up online if you want to look for it. Just look for Rob Halford, KSLX Hall of Fame, and you'll see it. And he reads the email that he got from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and essentially it says, we're really sorry you didn't make it, but feel free to visit anytime you're in Cleveland.
Yeah, do I get a discount coupon if I come in?
And that's what we were talking about. It was literally like he got a Groupon. Johnny, I mean, there's no copyright on it. If you want to get the audio or pull up the video, you can. He was so gracious and so good at a time where I knew he had to be furious.
And rightfully
Rob does live here in Phoenix.
Rightfully so, because Rob is literally and Priest in general is one of the greatest metal acts ever. And he's one of the greatest vocalists ever, bar none. Yep. I mean, who doesn't love Rob?
No, I mean, he's the greatest guy, the coolest guy with a great sense of humor. He couldn't be more of a gentleman. He does live here in Phoenix. So he will occasionally pop into our radio station because he's friends with some of the people in the building and stops in our show all the time. And just couldn't be a nicer guy. Lives literally down the street from Alice Cooper, who also lives here in Phoenix.
In the dead of night, Paul's pants are tight, and that's right.
Alice Cooper works at our radio station, so he does his night show. Is based out of Phoenix, so we see we see him and Rob all the time, and it's great.
That must be awesome. These are legends. These are nice guys that are legends.
It's so weird. I'll send Johnny. I'll send you the picture of just Alice Cooper hanging out in our kitchen having coffee one morning. He was just sitting there. I walked in and there he was. It's the weirdest picture.
I heard you need a tip on your putting, Paul. I'll be right there when I'm finished with my tea.
He literally is up every morning with the sun so that he can go and shoot golf every morning and be done by like 8:30.
Well, he's a pro. We've talked about this on the show before. He's a pro-level player.
Yes, he is a phenomenal golfer and constantly, goes and shoots every morning here. See if I can find the picture and send it.
I shoot every morning here too. I did it before the show.
Oh, that's not nice.
I know. Real quick, someone in the audience asked me about Heaven's Edge, the band Heaven's Edge. I
almost bought their CD this week.
I love their first album, especially the song "Bad Reputation" is great, and I bought that brand new. So I mean, I really like that band, and highly recommend it if you haven't had it. They had another one, I think, in '98, like a second one. And I know I have it, but I don't remember if it was good or not. I know the first one was good for sure.
Almost bought that this weekend and didn't. Put it back.
Oh, you should, man. You should. If you don't have that, you really should. Let's see. Robot Master Switch wants to know, I want a Gene Papa shirt. How can we make that happen? You can make custom one-off shirts with screen grabs. There are places that do it. I myself want to get something like that also, and a couple of other things we've done over the show. And yeah, so you can take a screen grab and take it to one of those custom t-shirt places, and they'll do it for you. I'm gonna have it done myself.
And that reminds me, I was going to mention, if anybody that's watching this, if you have your own shirt, like if you're in a band, if you have anything, if you want to send us a shirt, you know,
we'll wear it.
Each of us,
absolutely, we'll give you
wear them.
Plugs. We support those that support us, just like delicious Bang energy drink and fantastic Swiss picks that I use constantly. That we're trying to get some for Paul.
Oh, wait, wrong one.
What the heck? Yeah, look at that. These things are, once you've tried these, you will not switch back to a Dunlop or anything like that. And once you try Bang energy drink, you'll probably read like Kimberly Guilfoyle.
You'll probably never go to sleep again.
I love Bang energy drink. It's the greatest energy drink ever. Rubbing my nipples so hard from Bang energy drink.
Okay, here's the picture.
Yeah, it's just I come into work one day and this is what you see.
Only one day?
No, just
the studio managers are going nuts. Where the hell is Paul?
Oh no, we had a scare. We had a virus scare last week. My partner wasn't feeling well, and he had to go get. He went and got tested, and it was a big deal. So here you go. What the hell is that guy doing in our kitchen?
What's this?
You can't loiter here.
Hey, pal! Homeless outside. Security.
It's literally. I just walk in and go, Alice, why are you here? He's like, I'm just hanging out.
That's just funny as hell.
It's the strangest thing in the world to like hang out with Alice Cooper, like he's a coworker.
It's almost like Peter Griffin comes into work and James Woods.
Yeah. He's just there in our building. Like, what are you doing here? I have nothing, just having a drink, hanging out.
That's
waiting.
funny.
He's not there for any reason. He's just there. He stops by, hangs his jacket on the chair. He's like, all right, I'm just going to hang out.
Let's see.
It's the strangest. I think he might actually do. Somebody asked. He has his golfing shoes still on. He might. Is he wearing golf shoes in that picture?
Can you see?
They might be, yeah.
He might have just come off the course.
Or are they zips?
Yeah, British Knights.
I asked her for Adidas and she bought me zips.
They do look like they're golf cleats. They do look like golf cleats.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, they are.
He just comes in the fridge, helps himself. He like sees, Linda's yogurt. He just crosses it off, starts eating the yogurt,
Yeah, no, he's just fucking. It's the strangest thing in the world. It's a weird world when you run with Alice Cooper and he walks in and, hey, Alice, what's up? Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, who's been in the bathroom so long? Oh, that's Cooper. Jesus Christ! Don't you have a home?
Nice.
Oh,
He couldn't be a nicer guy. Like the idea that a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, that a guy like that is as regular as he is just as good as it gets.
And talk about smart. I mean, the guy's like genius level intelligence. And I mean, you'd never know, if you just, showed someone, hey, what do you think of this guy? Oh, he's not. He's got his head in a guillotine and he's, $1 billion babies. What's that supposed to be?
He's a really underrated songwriter. I mean, a lot of the stuff that he wrote and the songs that he wrote that were big hits are ballads. The You and Me and I Never Cry and Only Women Bleed. Those were big songs in the 70s, not to mention I'm 18 and School's Out. So, I mean, he's had more hits than Twisted Sister.
Cold Ethel.
And Cold Ethel's fantastic. I mean, $1 Billion Babies. He's as good as it gets, but he also still loves new rock. Like he's constantly trying to drop like new bands on people, like turn people on to new music. He's still at his age. And he was also the guy, this is one of those sort of trade secret things. Before it became public knowledge, he came in and told us that the reason why Joe Perry was having problems in the Hollywood Vampires band is because he's got COPD. And he was totally honest about it. He goes, look, guys, it's not public knowledge. It is now. But he was totally no, it was.
Perry's been trying for years
3
to
seconds
keep that on
ago.
the down low. And Paul just like, exclusive.
No, it is public knowledge now.
Oh,
it wasn't when he told us, like, we knew for like a year, and he was totally cool about telling us, like, the trust level that Alice Cooper has. Like, if that's how you know you have like the respect of somebody that's that big, that he'll tell you something like that and trust that you won't share it with anybody. And it's like, holy shit, I think I'm friends with Alice Cooper.
you don't realize it, like, you're at the radio station doing your work, you're driving home, and then like you eat dinner, you go to bed, then 3 a.m. you're just like, oh my god, I'm fucking friends with Alice Cooper.
Yeah,
holy fuck,
it's
holy
so
fuck.
Weird.
Let
me find. All right, I'm gonna find the. Here's the clip. I'll share it. I'll get the clip of Rob Halford getting screwed by
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame once again.
By the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'll send it over to Johnny, and he can choose whether or not he wants to use it. There's no copyright on it, so we'd be fine.
Mind blowing. Let's see. Hello in the chat from Ricky Compton, David Nesballs, Ben Tom, and Fruitcake Tony said, I gave a clue about today's show and tell guitar. Yeah, your t-shirt is the clue. It has something to do with the way your t-shirt looks. See that? That's the clue today. For our show and tell guitar later. Ah, you want to hear a joke? Yeah.
Aha! Waka waka.
Waka waka.
Link.
Oh my gosh. Let's see.
If you want to hear Rob Halford read about how he was fucked by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and we were brutal. We were like, screw the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah. We've bashed on them a few times for the bullshit. Not putting some of these bands in there. And Susie Cherry, Blue Rhino's really tired today, so he's a little lax.
Yeah, but he looks like he's going to get some cock tonight.
No, that's a sweet, innocent little rhino. Ignore this thing. Let me hide my cock. I shouldn't have had my cock on the show.
Yeah. Now everybody's seen your cock.
Jesus, it's not very big.
No, it's a little cock.
And speaking of which, look at this tiny little pecker.
Yep. I mean, it's bad enough the cock is small, but the pecker's you almost can't see it.
Well, at least it's stiff. That I have to say. It's definitely
definitely hard. I mean, you can barely tell, but
it's hard.
Halface, big question. Priest Love Bites or Def Leppard Love Bites? Priest Love Bites. Def Leppard Love Bites is a great song, but Priest Love Bites is a fucking awesome song.
They're both great songs. Two different bands.
They're just different.
Yeah, nothing to do with each other except the title. Both really, really good. Let's see.
So I put the link in the chat, so people can click on that. It's best it's best not to play it, because if at some point it ends up on YouTube, it can get traced back to here.
So what? It's on YouTube. I mean, we've uploaded it.
Mm-hmm.
We've uploaded it. It's on our YouTube channel. There's no copyright. It's not like there's no copyrighted music on it.
Mm-hmm. But no, YouTube has a thing where you can't share videos. You can't do like video within video, because the person that owns that original video can come after you. If
I own the original video. It's my video.
Okay, well, I'll show a where is it?
That's fine. You don't have to.
What'll you show?
It says it won't play.
Here, I'll fucking play it.
Les Mancuda in the house. How are you, man?
Did you guys switch over to the new Facebook yet?
I didn't have.
Facebook.
Yeah, it sucks.
Do you have to use new Facebook?
You will eventually.
You will
Really?
in like 5 days.
Yeah. Oh, suck my balls. I fucking hate you, Facebook. Why do they always fuck with that? I remember years back when MySpace did that. I was totally lost.
So, all right, here, I'll play it for you. You don't have to watch it here.
You're on
Rob
MySpace?
Halford has joined us here in the studio. This is a weird day. It's a mixture of good news, bad news. The great news is that we were able to raise almost 33,000 cards for 10,000 for the troops. The bad news is we got the news this morning that Judas Priest got shafted by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They were on the ballot. Yeah. They deserve to be in. They're arguably one of the top three. You know, you talk about the big three, the big four of certain genres of music. You know, you've got the Beatles and the Stones and the Who, and they're grouped together. But in the metal world, you've got Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, and Iron Maiden. Those are like the big three. One of them took way too long to get in, and the second one has now been screwed by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Rob Halford, seriously, how does that feel? Were you pissed? When did you find out?
I found out yesterday because I had a text from management saying, just to let you know, didn't make it. But today was the official announcement. And I got an email from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which I can read now or I can read later, whatever you prefer.
Oh, you want to read the email? This is great.
Official email.
This is how
from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
This is how somebody is notified when they don't make the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Here we go. Thank you for embracing your nomination for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. While you didn't garner enough votes for induction this year, you were part of a very select group of Hall of Fame nominees. Artists are frequently on the ballot multiple times before they're inducted. For example, Black Sabbath were nominated 8 times before their induction, Patti Smith 7 times, Solomon Burke 9 times, and both the Beastie Boys and the Yardbirds were on the ballot 3 times before their respective inductions. If you are touring or simply traveling nearby, please visit our museum in Cleveland, Ohio. Our 6 floors of exhibitions tell the remarkable history of rock and roll and how it changed the world. You are part of that story, and we'd love to share it with you. Again, congratulations on your nominations. My best, Greg Harris, President and CEO of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
So they basically sent you an invite. You got a Groupon from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Jesus, man.
That's there you go. So that was the email I got when I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning.
Wow. And now have you spoken to the other guys?
That was his reaction. Was he couldn't have been nice about it. So there you go. That's the email I got when I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning.
Rob's such an understanding gentleman.
He couldn't be classier. I would have been furious.
I would have left a turd on the hood of the car of the head of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I would have actually been taking it. I'd hold it in until I see him walking out of work to his car. I'd be like, he's looking for his car. Where did I park? I'm like, you parked over here. Yeah, right then and there, I'd shit right in front of you, like, what are you doing? That's outrageous. So is it that it took Black Sabbath 8 times to get in? They founded rock and roll. Come on.
I love that while he's reading the email, he just pivots to the, should you find yourself on tour anytime in Cleveland, feel free to visit our lovely museum. It's like the whole thing became a commercial after the fact.
Yeah, I'm leaving a Cleveland steamer in your sunroof.
He handled that with the kind of grace that I don't know that many people would have. I mean, we could tell visually that he was annoyed by it, but what you don't see, and I think Johnny showed a still of it, he's wearing a Santa Claus hat and Jimmy Buffett headphones, like that are like these like pastel colors and stuff. Like he couldn't have been more like, fuck this. And yet was so cool about it. And just, you can see it on his face. He was like, can you believe this shit? But never lost his temper, kept his cool about it. Just couldn't be a cooler guy. So happy birthday to the metal god, who is the fucking classiest guy in metal. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is illegitimate until they admit that Judas Priest belongs there.
Among others.
Arguably, again, as I said in the clip, the big 3 of heavy metal are Sabbath, Priest, and Maiden, and then there's everyone else.
And Kiss.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, we're a very powerful and attractive band.
Happy birthday, everybody.
Professional Idiot. Thoughts on the band Love Hate? I am not a huge fan, but I know Jizzy Pearl is very talented and does what he does very well.
Yeah, he jizzes Pearl. I mean,
yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but
I'm exactly where Paul is. Same stance.
Yeah, I mean, he's a talented guy, but that band never really resonated with me.
Same. Let's
Excuse
see.
me.
Robot Master Switch wants to know, by the way, Fruitcake Tony, it's not a celebrity guitar, but it is relatable to your shirt, which I'll show you later. Thank you, Susie Cherry. Robot Master Switch wants to know, John, I would like to add a definitive 80s style guitar to my collection. What makes an 80s metal guitar? Colors, trem, configuration, brand, etc. What makes a guitar or a bass 80s besides an EVH stripe? Very legitimate question. In general, basically an 80s guitar is of the time, flashy and colorful. If it's a Strat, it's a super Strat, like a souped up Strat, basically a fast flat neck and, a humbucker as your main pickup, possibly some single coils, usually a trem of some sort, be it a Floyd or a Kahler, because that was a big thing, was,
locking
locking trem, whammy tricks of some sort was very big in the 80s. And again, just, looks wise, the colors, flashy, colorful. Some guitars were really pointy, and usually the headstocks being pointy was like kind of a trade of the time, versus
see also weird graphics, a weird graphic that could be, Betty Page or,
a Nagel girl.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
checkerboard like that.
Yeah. A weird pattern, unconventional color, pointed body shape, single humbucker,
or just a
humbucker, pointy headstock, Floyd Rose,
pointy guitars in general.
Yeah. I mean, there's
before the 80s, you had like, a Fender Stratocaster and a Gibson Les Paul. Those were your two main guitars. This broke the rules on those,
Just to give you an idea, I mean, the Gibson Explorer originally came out in 1958 and was a failure because that shape was not considered attractive. It wasn't considered great.
It was too radical.
All of a sudden the 80s roll around and almost everybody's got an Explorer. You know what
Def
I mean?
Leppard had them, and
it became the metal guitar.
Just look at that selection Johnny has up there right now. I see a BC Rich gunslinger with the Nagel graphic.
I'm afraid they're all yours.
Some of them probably are. I see. I get that a lot. People like Google search and I see like 50 of your guitars on Google. I see a Kramer Beretta with a rainbow. I see a Lynch Tiger, which is either an ESP or a Charvel, depending what they did. That snake skin looks like a BC Rich gunslinger up there. I think that Planet one is mine. That space one might be mine. But you see, these are super Strats. These are, very flashy, colorful. That map, those Nagels. Scroll down a bit. The Purple Tiger. I own the original one.
Also 80s.
Yeah, I own the original Purple Tiger that Lynch used. Graphics. Think graphics and crazy colors. You didn't see this prior to the 80s, really.
No, and really, you didn't see it prior to Eddie Van Halen. See that 81 Kramer Pacer Standard? I was chasing one of those, but the guy wants $3,000 for it, and I'm not paying him $3,000 for it.
Oof, that's a lot for a Pacer.
Too much money for that guitar.
Was it because it had the Strat headstock?
Yeah, it's the Strat heads. It's literally that exact same guitar.
Yeah, those early ones, those A plates. If you look at the serial numbers, they begin with an A on the back neck plate. They started the Kramers with Strat headstocks, and then Fender basically put a kibosh on that. Same with what they did with Charvel. Charvel also started in 1979 with those Strat headstocks, and by 1980, about 83ish, they basically put the kibosh on it. They said, no, you're not using our copyright.
That's literally the guitar I was chasing. That exact same pattern and configuration, and a guy wants $3,000 for it, and I just can't. Not for that. It's a $1,500 guitar at best. If it was owned by somebody, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just realize the 80s was a time of excess. So your guitars had to be as crazy and flashy and colorful and weird shaped and almost looking like a weapon with the pointed headstocks and stuff.
Yeah.
unconventional. What was crazy then comparative to a basic Fender Stratocaster or Les Paul? You look at Les Pauls, most of them are some shade of brown or orange.
They're basically a sunburst.
Iced tea burst, sunburst, cherry burst. You line them up, 50 in a row. They're cool, but they're not super interesting. You line up 50 Kramer Berettas. You got one with Mighty Mouse on it, one with a rainbow on it, one with tubes, one with an eye in space, one with Van Halen stripes. That kind of stuff. I mean, look at a Rhodes that Sammy's playing right there. I have the backup to that guitar. It's basically a twin, and it's
wow.
Look the shape of it. It's an offset V with a pointy headstock and shark fins and dual humbuckers, and I mean it's not compared to a Fender Strat or a Les Paul. You're like, oh my God, what's that crazy thing? When it first appeared.
The fun part was, and I think I've told this story on the show before, at that time in 1985, 86, 87, you could go into any guitar shop. You could go into, Norm's, vintage guitars or rare guitars. And those guitars on the wall would be, $1,400, $1,500. And you could find a Norlin Les Paul, or you could find, any of the 70s or early 80s Les Pauls on the wall for $400 or $500. Guitars now that cost $2,500, $3,500 were being had for $400 or $500, and there were dozens of them on the wall because everybody wanted that. Everybody wanted that Kramer with that flash rainbow finish on it for $1,400. Think about that. The difference between vintage guitars then and now. You could get a great Strat. You could get a great Les Paul. Those vintage guitars that now sell for in the thousands they were pretty much giving them away because pointy guitars and 80s flash guitars were the fad.
I remember being, it was about 1989. And I was living in Manhattan at the time, and I went down to what was known as Guitar Street, which was 48th Street, and that whole street was covered with back-to-back guitar stores. You had Manny's and 48th Street Custom Guitars and a big Sam Ash and, all little boutiques and, stuff like that. And I remember going into either Manny's or Sam Ash, I think it was Manny's, and seeing a display of probably about 7 60s pre-CBS Fender Strats. So like between 62 and 63, right around that period. And all of them were really cool, really nice. And they were about, I'd say, between $1,800 to $2,400 each. And now these are $25,000 guitars, but nobody wanted them then because these were all single coils. Everyone was playing a humbucker. Everyone was playing super fast necks with whammy bars. And, I can only imagine, I didn't look to see what, real vintage Les Pauls were going for back then, but I know through knowledge that they were going for next to nothing. Until Slash came along, nobody and their mother was playing a Les Paul. Nobody wanted them.
And people were ruining vintage guitars by putting Floyds and Kahlers on them.
Oh, they were modding the shit out of them. You had here's who was popular. You had Charvel, Jackson, BC Rich, ESP, Ibanez, and Kramer. Those were your big brands. Your secondary,
and even Kramer
brands,
was on the way out. Kramer by 87, 88 was pretty much done.
Oh, no. Kramer was going on until like the end of 1990. They were very hot.
What I'm saying is they weren't, but they weren't making guitars in America anymore. Most of their guitars were being made by ESP and slapped on the Kramer logo. So even Kramer wasn't. They were still sort of in demand, but they weren't a U.S. made boutique guitar anymore. They had already shipped all of their manufacturing overseas. And essentially, again, we've mentioned this before. If you're looking for a great bargain, look for those old original Kramer Focus series, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, the 1,000 series. Those are all ESP guitars.
Those are too good. Don't tell them.
Johnny's filling up a warehouse with them. He's gonna like corner the market and then gouge everyone.
They're ESP guitars.
That was my first real guitar. It was a Focus 1000.
Focus 1000, yeah.
Still
might
have
as well.
it.
I mean, Yeah, it's an ESP.
Kramer was getting those parts starting in about 1987, from 86 or 87 actually, from ESP in Japan, shipping them to the States, assembling them in New Jersey, and that's basically what was going on. The parts were coming from ESP, but make no mistake, these were amazingly good guitars. So assembled in the USA, but the parts were from ESP. And again, early ESPs, if you've ever played one, phenomenal freaking guitars. Really, really good. Go ahead.
ESP wasn't, it was before they were even a brand. They were outsourcing their parts to Kramer. I mean, they were basically called Electric Sound Products. That was the name of the company. It was a Japanese third-party part manufacturer that instead of selling their parts to Kramer, they decided, oh, screw it, we're just going to assemble our own guitars. And eventually put Kramer out of business with their own headstock. They put their own name on the headstock because there's no difference between that Kramer 1000 and an ESP. That's the same guitar that George Lynch played, exact same guitar.
And the ESP 48th Street Custom was an ESP shop. You don't realize that, but those parts or those guitars built there were all ESP. That was basically an early ESP shop. In the States, in New York.
All those guitars, all those early Focus series are all ESP guitars, and not the classic ones, not those are reissues, but the original number series Focuses are all ESP guitars that you could pay, $2,000 for that ESP on the headstock, or you could pay $150 for the Kramer Focus, same guitar.
And by the way, they were that much. I remember buying my first Kramer Beretta. It was just about $1,900 back then. And that's literally the same price I could get a pre-CBS Fender Strat that's worth 25 grand now.
Right.
So just to give you an idea of the popularity of having a whammy bar and a humbucker and a faster neck, I mean, that's, mind blowing. I mean, it was a time of shredders. That's the tools you needed. Eddie Van Halen basically said, okay, I like the lightness of a Fender Stratocaster. I want the thick, heavy sound of a humbucker from a Les Paul. So he made a hybrid. Then you got, him involved with Floyd Rose. He had the whammy bar tricks. You had the fast radius neck and, wham, Super Strat born.
Yep. And then, going back to what you were saying about vintage guitars, up until 1987, 88, nobody cared about the Les Paul guitar. Then a kid named Zach Wilde and a kid named Slash jumped on the scene, and all of a sudden people went, not necessarily. And remember that the first Guns N' Roses record didn't really pop until early 88, and you already had No Rest for the Wicked.
Well, when you say it didn't really pop, when I bought that when it came out, and everyone I knew and their mother was talking about it. So I mean, maybe
in
all
LA, but it
didn't come out. No, in New York. I was in New York at the time.
Right.
But I'm just saying, maybe as they milked that record for every single they could, as the Paradise City came out and was on MTV 30 times a day every day.
The two guys that brought the Les Paul back are Slash and Zach.
I'll give you that.
That's the only. I mean, in the late 80s, they brought that guitar back to prominence. And then all of a sudden, you started to see every sleaze band in LA was doing it. And
well, they were doing more like the Fender Mustang,
right?
The grunge bands were doing like Fender Mustangs,
right?
The ugliest, crappiest guitars. That's what they were doing.
And they did the Jagstein.
Yeah,
the Jaguar.
Yeah, the Kurt Cobain. I think of grunge. I think of the bed sheet stain.
What's interesting though is if Slash didn't play a Les Paul, I don't think you would have seen Mick Sueda from Bullet Boys play a Les Paul, because Bullet Boys was not a Les Paul style band. Bullet Boys was a band that normally would have a shredder guitar, but because Guns N' Roses popped, all of a sudden you started to see the Van Halen style of Bullet Boys with the David Lee Roth frontman and the Slash guitar player with
Tom
the hair
Kiefer,
down.
Tom Kiefer of Cinderella also adopted it.
Yep, because all of a sudden that hair down in front of the eyes, the curly hair in front of the eyes with the Les Paul and the slumped, slung way low like Jimmy Page did in the 70s and Joe Perry did. All of a sudden that became the look and the style again. And we lost, and the Super Shredder went away. All of a sudden the Super Shredder was gone between the Les Paul coming back and the Jag Stang and the Mustangs, and even some of those semi hollow bodies. I mean, a lot of those bands were playing like ES 335s and Gretches and shit like that. Those grunge bands didn't want to play Les Pauls.
By 93, the Super Strat was gone.
Yeah, and I mean, Kim Thale was playing an SG. The Pearl Jam guys were still playing Les Pauls, but they weren't known as guitar players. They weren't known as like great guitar players. Most of those guitars, those Super Shredders, went away.
And in the 90s, that's when you could get all those awesome Kramers for nothing at pawn shop.
If you went into a pawn shop, if you went into a pawn shop from 93 to 2000, you could get any guitar that was hot in the 80s for pennies on the dollar. Nobody wanted a pink Nagel gunslinger. Actual rock stars were literally pawning their own shit. I mean, you would see guitars that you had previously seen in stages and videos every day hanging in pawn shops for $500. It's like, yeah, that was owned by Mick Mars. Oh, one of those 80s hair guys. No, I don't want that.
I bought a 1983, I want to say B series or maybe C series, Kramer Pacer Special with the chicken beak neck and the patent pending headstock for $200 with the
back in the 90s.
Yeah, in 1998 in New Orleans. Bought it out of a pawn shop for $200. Got hard up for money, as you often want to do, and ended up selling it to a guy in England for $1,000. And I regret it. I regret it every day. I wish I had that guitar back, but I needed it.
No, like I said, if Reb Beach sold his stuff in a pawn shop, then I could see you selling your stuff in a pawn shop. Everyone was doing it. Everyone. All the main rock stars were doing it. Because it was over. The party was over. Yep. When was the 80s music? Nobody wanted to even put you on the radio. MTV wouldn't talk to you. These guys that were courting you to fill up stadiums suddenly were not talking to you. Your own band was like, better get a day job because this party's over.
We were at the end of the band I was in was at the end of that rush. We were playing clubs and stuff, and from 88 to 91, 92. And it was literally like what the Jenny Lane and those guys in Warrant said at Columbia Records. One Friday, the Friday they left for the weekend, Cherry Pie was the album cover over the reception desk at Columbia Records. The following Monday, Facelift from Alice in Chains was over it was literally like that. We headlined on a Thursday night at a bar. Saturday Night Live that weekend was Pearl Jam on Saturday Night Live. A week after Saturday Night Live with Pearl Jam playing, we couldn't get booked. They wanted everybody in Doc Martens and flannel and drop D tuning and baritone vocals. If you were a blues-based hard rock band with two guitar players that played good time party music, it was over. Literally in a span of 7 days.
And then you had guys like Beavis and Butthead just putting an extra nail in the coffin, making fun of videos that like a year ago were like on MTV's Top 100 30 times a day. Yep. It's like, look at that. She's my cherry pie. This is stupid. It's like
my favorite rip on Beavis and Butthead was they were playing Ugly Kid Joe's Everything About You, the video, which, straddled the line between hairband and post-hairband. And there was a, hey, Butthead, how come he says that they're called Ugly Kid Joe, and they're really not that ugly. And just the Butthead response was, "You find him attractive, Beavis?" And the way it was delivered was just so fucking good. No, I'm just saying it was, they're like ugly. I hate everything about them too.
And then there's Stuart, the fat nerdy kid they're always like picking on, wearing a Winger shirt. So it's like, and this is just as Winger put out Pull, or it was just about to release Pull, their third and arguably best album.
Right.
So it's there it was. And they're making fun of Kip in a video. His teeth are whiter than white.
Now, keep in mind, we've talked about this before, and people in the chat would like to say that Beavis and Butthead and grunge and all that stuff killed hair metal. No, bad hair metal bands killed hair metal. Saturation killed hair metal. It was a lot of factors.
There was a lot of factors.
It ate itself. it ate itself. And when it got dark, and nobody was having parties anymore, and a lot of these guys started to die. And when you get old, it's tough to be in your 40s and still singing about partying and fucking girls. I mean, it was
not really, because they were fucking girls. Like left and right, they were fucking girls.
Yeah, it was just such a weird ending. You know, there are so many bands, and we can go down the list of you know, like we talked about before, the Badlands, the Toratoras, the Blue Murders, you know, the Junkyards, you know, there's so many of these bands that came toward the end of that got screwed.
Danger, South Gang, Taiketo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was so many of those bands got screwed because it just ate itself.
Heaven's Edge,
so big, it ate itself. Yeah, Spread Eagle. You know, one of my favorite bands of that era came way too late. Phenomenal band, phenomenal songs. One of the best guitar players nobody knows from that era, a kid named Paul DeBartolo.
Switchblade Serenade was a killer song.
That their records, that the Spread Eagle records are awesome. They released a new one a couple of years ago. Paul's not in the band. He has moved on. He's like a
1 year ago. 1 year ago they did that. I think it was like Subway to the Stars, I think it was.
Yeah, and it's a really good record, but it's not as good as the first two because they don't have the same guitar player. The new guitar player is
worth picking up.
Yeah, you should buy it because it's a great, you know, it's a great band and a great album, and it's better than anything Stone Sour will ever release.
Yeesh. The only thing good about Stone Sour is he likes pink guitars. I'll give him that. No, but think about this. You know, I've said this on the show before. Every decade, the musical genre changes. 80s, you had disco, and you know, that ended when the 80s first came along. In the 80s, you had hair bands and heavy metal. It should have technically, well, sure. I mean, general genres, you had a couple of them, but in general, when you switch decades and you're in the 90s, you're just in a mindset of looking for what's new. Hair bands technically lasted than most other genres. They went into the 90s pretty strong. They got into about 92 before they started getting fucked.
What's interesting is you know, in the 80s, it's arguable that from 1979 to 1991 was the greatest explosion of different music that you could have asked for, between punk, new wave, alternative, hip hop. Remember, the first wave of hip hop happened in the 80s as well. Hair bands, thrash metal, and then at the end, grunge started to happen, and you started to get the Jane's Addictions and the Saigon Kicks and the Warrior Souls and those bands that started to create a new sound that didn't really have a name or a place for it until the grunge thing happened.
They didn't take off until Nirvana.
Right.
Nirvana was,
and that's the point.
End of 1991, beginning 92. Beginning 92, really. Nirvana was.
But that's from 1979 to 1991. That 12-year period is arguably the most fertile period in music history. And we got to live through it, which is, you know, we're really spoiled in that way because we did there was a time when, you know, you could listen to, you know, U2 and the English Beat and the Thompson Twins and Thomas Dolby and Gary Newman and all of those bands and the Specials and ska and stuff and the Police and Metallica and Rat and South Gang and, you know, the Angels and Rose Tattoo and Guns N' Roses. It was so fertile. And then if you want to talk about pop bands, I mean, shit, you had Huey Lewis and the News, who sold 12 million. Yeah, Madonna and all of that pop thing happening.
All of these
amazing
genres, all these genres you could really attribute to MTV because a lot of the looks of some of these people helped tremendously grow a genre. You know?
Yeah. No, you're talking about a really fertile time. And I think it sucks that a lot of that stuff is lost. It's, you know, we see the Specials Message to Rudy in a bunch of TV commercials now, or we see the Hellion Electric Eye to sell minivans. And we see Crazy Train selling cars, and Shoot to Thrill was licensed to I don't know how many different movies in the past 10 years.
Motley Crue Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah,
I mean, all the time. Europe Final Countdown is at every fucking sports game. Like, for real.
But
Everyone's like, oh,
think
this
about that
song, the sports song. It's like,
Think about that. In 1984, you could be listening to The Police, Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA, Run DMC's first record, Public Enemy would come a year later. Bon Jovi's second record, Van Halen's 1984, Ride the Lightning.
84 was probably the biggest year for popular music.
Priest's what was Priest at
Screaming for Vengeance?
Screaming at that time,
that
or
one year.
What was
Defenders of the Faith? Defenders of the Faith was after Screaming for Vengeance in 84, 85.
84. That's okay.
You're talking about this amazing. It was a glut of music. You could take your pick, and it was rare that you found somebody that liked both Rat and Madonna. You know what I mean?
I was that guy. I was that guy. It was like I'd be in school and I'd be sitting there with my Walkman. You remember those? You know, hiding the headphones under my hoodie. You know, I'd be sitting there. And it's just like, you know, round and round. I'm sorry. What? Oh, the answer to number 5. B.
Yeah. You could go from round and round to Lips Like Sugar from Edwin and the Bunnymen.
But when I got home, I was like, but I made up my mind. I'm keeping my baby round and round.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, that's when people started making mixtapes as well.
Sure.
You'd make a mixtape for your friend. And so it would have all different kinds.
Well, my mixtapes admittedly were metal bands, but like I had, and I still have, you know, like I liked Madonna. I liked her early stuff. I bought those CDs when they first came out. I did. At the same time,
tape, it looked like this, you know.
I had like 20 of them I made, and all metal bands. Just like take, you know, various, you know, various stuff.
We still play tapes.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we had a VCR, and I remember we used to never have to go home to catch that TV show. Nope, we just set the timer, and we could go off to dinner, not worrying at all that we were catching family. What was that? Michael J. Fox. Family. I think that was it. Family Feud with Michael J. Fox. And we'd come home and we'd see the tape. Oh, yep, we have it. We can watch it anytime we want. Splendor is yours. Glory to God. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
But it was so cool to be able to listen to For Whom the Bell Tolls and like Save It for Later from the English Beat. It was so cool to have that much, like as bad and as dry as new music is now. And don't make no mistake about it. There's still some great new music out there. For example, there is a great fucking song right now, and I don't want to like this band, and I don't want to like the chick that sings it, but Taylor Momsen's band, The Pretty Reckless, has a song called Death by Rock and Roll that is the best fucking song I've heard in years. It is so good. So there is good music out there, but not like it was from 79 to 91. From 79 to 91, it just didn't get any better than that. You could go and you could listen to, I don't know, like I said, Howard Jones and Thomas Dolby and Thompson Twins and that skinny tie electronic synth rock stuff, and Slayer and Metallica and AC/DC and Ozzy and Public Enemy and Kool Moe Dee. And I mean, it was fucking so fertile. There was so much great music.
To this day, I still randomly will be in a department store or something. I'm looking around, I'm surrounded by old ladies, and all of a sudden I'll go, "Science!" You know, I love Thomas Dolby. Just that one song, and you know, it's like, "Hi, can I help you?" Good heavens, Miss Nakamoto, you're beautiful.
Fun fact, Thomas Dolby played on several Foreigner records and 2 huge Def Leppard records. He's the keyboard player on Pyromania and Hysteria. Thomas Dolby is, yes.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. So those keyboards that you hear in Foolin' are Thomas Dolby. You know, Mutt Lange knew what he was doing. He had Thomas Dolby on his speed dial, and when he needed good keyboards for Waiting for a Girl Like You, he's like, "Hey, Thomas, do you want to play on this record?" Sure do. Those guys there was a cross-pollination. Look, Huey Lewis is on a friggin' Thin Lizzy record. I mean, those guys. There was so much talent.
Keep
so
in
many
mind,
good bands.
keep in mind also the 80s was a golden age of movie soundtracks. So you had Huey Lewis, Power of Love on the Back to the Future soundtrack. That song was everywhere. That video was everywhere because the movie was a hit. Same thing with anything from Top Gun.
Right.
You know, it's like all those movie soundtracks, and you had metal guys on movie soundtracks. I'm not even talking about like Fastway's Trick or Treat. I'm talking like Alice Cooper was on the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Rat was on the Golden Child.
And Dokken, you know, Dream Warriors. I mean, you had a lot of
White Lion was in the Money Pit. Remember Rodney Dangerfield? Yeah.
That I didn't even remember. I remember the movie.
And there's so many and that's the thing that I think that we're spoiled about. And we talk about obviously about 80s metal on this show. But I mean, in my CD collection, I've got some of the weird stuff. I've got the Best of Flock of Seagulls up there because those are great fucking songs.
No, I have that stuff
great
too.
Songs. They was
everyone knows Soft Cells.
Tainted Love.
Taint Love. I thought it was, and and A Flock of Seagulls. And I run so far away.
And Birds Fly from Icicle Works was a great song. And
Doves Cry by Prince. I mean, everyone knew all the stuff because, again, if you wanted to see the new Motley Crue song, there was, you know, just through the day, it was mixed in with everything else. So, you had Saturday Night Headbangers Ball with, you know, depending who was there at the time, you know, Ricky Rackman or, you know, who else? Was Alan Hunter or who else?
He was earlier.
Who was the blonde? What was the blonde's name?
Adam
Curry.
Adam Curry.
Adam Curry. They started with. They said, "Well, he's a poser."
They put a leather jacket on him. Remember that?
Yeah, that was it. He had long hair. But he was a poser. He didn't really He wasn't really into metal songs. So then they got Ricky Rackman, who was, you know, co-owner with Tammy Down of the Cat House. Talk about street credibility. And there you go, you know. But if you wanted to see your average Motley Crue video, other than a top countdown, it was mixed in through the day with Madonna and Billy Joel.
Yeah, but those songs, I mean, you know, somebody brought up Men at Work. Those Men at Work albums are fucking great pop records. The Outfield was a fantastic pop band.
Jules is on a vacation far away.
Great song. If you're in a bar tonight. If you're in a bar tonight and that comes on the jukebox, if somebody pulls it up on the jukebox, people in that bar will sing along.
Yeah, they will.
Because it was a great fucking time. And I think that's the thing that I miss the most about that era. Yes, I miss a lot of the hair bands, but I miss the great time. There was a vibe of fun and camaraderie. And even if you were a headbanger, you had long hair and stuff like that, you grudgingly admitted that you know, Men at Work or Flock of Seagulls or U2 or I don't know, Depeche Mode or whatever band you want. You just sort of nodded your head and went, I get it. It's not my thing.
I knew the stuff. I like this stuff, but make no mistake, if I only had a certain amount of money, I was buying the hairband stuff because that's where my true love lied. Sure, I knew the songs from, you know, alternative bands and Madonna and whoever. But like my money was going to, Warrant's Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Bon Jovi's Slippery When Wet. You know, Metallica's Ride the Lightning. You know, that was getting my money. And also, I just want to touch on it. Robot Master Switch said, can't listen to Death Angel, Possessed, Metallica, and Slayer, and then take Warrant seriously. It's not a matter of seriously. It's not a matter of seriously. They're all metal bands. They're just different. Metallica and those other guys are faster. They're more thrash, and Warrant's more hairband. But that doesn't mean you can't totally dig them, you know?
I don't care what you say. A good song is a good song. Like a Virgin is a good fucking song. Purple Rain is a good song. When Doves Cry is a great song. Want to Be Starting Something is a great song. Those are great songs. Now, does that mean I want to go out and buy the Michael Jackson catalog? No, but you could appreciate.
But we all know Thriller. Come on, we all liked that video. Everyone liked that video. You can't deny the guy. I mean, again, my main love is metal. That's Paul's main love too. Johnny, I don't know what the fuck he likes. He liked the Police.
I was more into the 80s pop, like what you guys are talking about.
Okay, so there you go. But with that said,
I'm probably more into that than John is. I probably sit right in the middle of the three of us. I love that stuff almost as much as because when you're 13 and 14, you're so myopic in the music that you love that you get into that music, that heavy metal and all that stuff, and you go, okay. Then later on, you go back and go, oh my God, the Police were fucking brilliant. Oh my God, U2 is brilliant, and the English Beat and ska and DRI and like these other bands that are outside the scope of what you loved as a kid. You run out of that stuff and you sit back and you go, well, I remember this band Flock of Seagulls used to be on MTV between Van Halen and Jump in Panama.
MTV.
Right. So you went back and you grabbed it. You went back and grabbed it and dug into the band and went, holy shit, this is great.
But
and that's but it wasn't what you loved at the time. You make your choices at a certain point.
Right. I mean, look, we all watched Michael Jackson's Beat It, but in my Walkman was Dio's Last in Line.
Right.
So it's like, call it what you will. I mean, look, sure, there's stuff we watched with other metal, but at the same time, if you're watching MTV, you were seeing a mix of all of it. And real quick, Blackjack Guitar Nut, thank you. If you guys are watching right now, take a second, like the video, leave a thumbs up. We appreciate it. We got a lot of people in the chat. Take a second. Do us a favor. Just for shits and giggles. Let's see. Going on. So yeah, there were a lot of reasons that metal died. It was time. It was eating itself up. It was too formulaic. Grunge was something new in a new decade. Beavis and Butthead helped. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but that doesn't mean I'm fucking happy about it. Let's see. What else we got? Looking in the chat here.
John Biel was asking when we all first bought our first CD player.
I bought early. I bought very early when there wasn't a lot of CDs out. So I bought it early. I was fascinated by the technology and I wanted that good fidelity. So I bought it. Let's see. What year did it come out? I remember the CDs I bought with it because I wanted stuff to play, and they didn't have a lot of catalogs out. So, I mean, I remember buying Sting, Dream of the Blue Turtles, the first Madonna. I mean, I bought literally, I said,
he admits it.
What do you know? I said, what do you have in CDs? Because everything else, I had cases, like suitcases, probably about 10 of them, of metal cassettes. And I'd keep them in my car and I'd be like, hey, pass me, I have them numbered. I'd say, pass me case number 4. Let's listen to Master of Puppets. And it's like, I knew it was in case number 4 because I remember the order I bought them in. Pass me Salty Dog, pass me Lost Boys. I remember this. But like CDs, when it first came out, I had, let's see, Bon Jovi 7800 Degrees, the Madonna and the Sting, and like one other metal CD. I'm trying to remember what it was.
I can tell you mine immediately. I bought a 1980s.
I think it was Styx, Mr. Roboto. It wasn't even metal. It was rock, but I think those were like the first 4 that the store had. They just didn't have many. And I'm not even talking a CD Walkman. I'm talking a full size, put it in your rack stereo, CD player.
Mm-hmm. The remote.
1986, 87 LXI. That was Sears's house brand, like Realistic and Radio Shack.
Sure.
LXI was the company that Sears sold, and they were made by NEC Electronics. And I remember I got my first credit card was a Sears credit card because I applied for it outside the dorms or the college center at Framingham State. So they gave me a credit card with a $500 limit, and I immediately went and bought a CD player. I bought Kiss Double Platinum. I bought U2's Under a Blood Red Sky. And I bought, that's it. That's the exact same CD player I bought. That's the exact same CD player I bought.
I know. I think I had that one too.
And I bought Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, and I still own all of them.
I bought that too. I brought the
Brothers in Arms is the greatest. It was the first digitally recorded record.
If you played Money for Nothing, I got that with my CD player. That was also one I got right out of the gate. Because I didn't even know what to get. I just wanted things to play on it. So it's like, I didn't really want Sting's Dream of the Blue Turtles. I did want, the Bon Jovi, but like I got the Dire Straits. I remember putting that in and cranking it to see if I could hear any hiss. Like on tapes, hear it hiss.
Well, it was the first
And Money for Nothing blowing through my house. And my father's downstairs, what the fuck is that going on? And it's like, when that build up from Money for Nothing, where it's like blowing up, louder and louder and louder. And then the guitar comes in and it's crystal fucking clear. And I was just so excited. I was like, wow, I can't wait to get everything on CD. And from then on, I was just buying stuff that came out on CD as it did.
Yeah. Yeah. My first CD was Van Halen's 0812. So
that was great.
Yeah. Well, I'm like 15 years younger, but
what? I'm 29. What are you talking about?
But no, 0812 came out. I bought the tape, the cassette, and then I bought the CD together. And then I had to go out and buy a CD player just so I could listen to the CD. And the CD had an extra song on it.
Nice. Yeah, that was the other thing. They had bonus tracks on CDs. They didn't have on the cassettes. And the other problem was, it's like cassettes. I love making mixed cassettes until they broke, because then you had to like go nuts, like redoing like 20 songs on a Memorex. And it's like, fuck, now I got to do this all over again. It's not like replacing a normal cassette, but like when CDs were out, you realized, holy shit, it sounds so much better than my cassette. These hundreds and hundreds of cassettes, I've got to replace them with CDs. And I did. Like over time, I did. I replaced everything that they made on CD that I had on cassette, with the exception of maybe 10 that, they just didn't come out on CD because the bands was so low level metal. And I did. I just loved CDs. To this day, I still buy CDs just to support the bands I like.
Well, we've already, you guys know I'm surrounded by them. It is.
What's this?
Lots of CDs.
There's a whole bunch of them there.
And and the last 4 minutes of Dire Straits' "Why Worry" on Brothers in Arms still brings a tear to my eye. It sounds that good. It's one of those things that it moves you. That music is so well recorded, so well executed, and it sounds so good. Things like Hysteria sounds fantastic on CD. There are certain records that just when you got a guy like Mutt Lang or whomever is the producer that understands what they're dealing with sonically, a CD can sound every bit as good as vinyl does. I know people like to talk about how vinyl sounds better than digital. Not if you got the right guy behind the console.
I'm not into vinyl.
Vinyl has a vibe to it.
Yeah, but it also deteriorates with every play.
And it's not my vibe.
That's cool too.
My vibe was cassettes, and when CDs came out, I was into CDs. I don't want that crackle. The crackle in my ass is enough. From peeling my crusty underwear out of my crack. That's the only crackle. That and Pringles.
I've almost gotten rid of my CDs before, and I'm glad I never did. I'm glad it didn't happen. It sucks moving because you've got to move 8 bookcases full of fucking CDs, and they do get heavy when you put them in a box. You don't think about how much they weigh until you have to crate them up and move.
No, I have crates and crates and crates of my CDs at my parents' house, and before I crated them, I put them onto my iPod. So my iPod has like thousands and thousands of CDs, and then I'm just like, let me get them out of the way, and I put them in my parents' house, and what's this? Dad's always pleased. He's such an angel. But you take an album like Dio's Last in Line, and when he hits that note, when that we are coming, and then he belts out the word home. You hear that on CD, a vocalist like Ronnie James Dio, fucking A. Yeah. Holy shit, is that good?
But then you get a band like Rush or a band like Yes, who knew that they had this technology and all of this digital EQ that they could separate tonally the guitars and make this sonic landscape that you just can't get with analog. Now, don't get me wrong. I love analog. I prefer analog. But
I got a wedgie. Hold on.
See, there's nothing cooler than that sound.
Well, sure there is. That's the sound of your needle being destroyed. That's the
Yeah,
sound
it's a
of
great,
dirt
it's a great sound. And
the
this so
sound of
fucking
dirt being
big.
scraped out of the
It's so
grooves.
fucking big. I'll admit the only albums I have that I kept, early Kiss albums, Maiden albums, Priest albums, Metallica, and really just because I wanted the cover art as part of the experience.
That's the only reason why
I
have less than 10 albums, 10 vinyl.
Yeah, I have about,
Less than 10.
maybe 30, 20 something albums. That's it. Because I wanted that artwork along with, the music on CD. But I still don't listen to them. I'll look through, I'll be like, wow, that's really cool artwork on, Pick an Iron Maiden now, many of them, but it's like, I have them on CD. I have them on my iPad, and on my iPod, and that's how
I have a little Sony music player that's this big. It's literally maybe 3 inches long by an inch wide.
So penis size.
Yes. So
for me, at least. For my, yeah absolutely. This one's yours.
It has 40,000 songs on it, and it takes up that much space. So
it's amazing, right?
Yeah. So, and they were all, they're at 128 stereo. So it's about as good audio quality as the human ear is capable of discerning, unless you've got a silent room with these amazing monitors and all that stuff. And the idea that I keep this music only because I like to have it. I like to have it in my hand, like you. I like to have it in my hand and hold it and read the liner notes and own something for my dollars. If you're paying for digital music, you don't own anything. You just own a concept. You own a hearing. You don't grab it and enjoy it. And you don't get, like, if you buy it from iTunes, there's just something about having, the 20th anniversary Slip of the Tongue Whitesnake album.
Oh, I love it.
Which is celebrating its anniversary this week, which is why I'm pulling it out. Giggity. And it's got all this stuff. And it's got all this like cool shit in it. And
love that stuff.
And this stuff that you just can't get that from iTunes. I like it.
I still do that when I get a CD nowadays. I literally set aside an hour or whatever its length is, giggity, and I just literally put aside everything. I start playing it, and old school. I sit there reading the lyrics, reading the liner notes. I'm experiencing the full effect of getting a new CD.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get like, this isn't available on vinyl anywhere. This is like it's a promo thing. It's called Snake Bites, and it's like a sampler of all this Whitesnake stuff. You can't get that. You can't buy that digitally. You can't buy it on vinyl. That's a promo type thing that you can't get anywhere, that Geffen Records put out as a sampler for Whitesnake. Good luck finding that anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the thing though? Because technically you're not supposed to be able to buy any of that stuff, right?
Well, that's like a radio station sample, right?
Yeah, it's a radio, it's a radio station.
But they always get out. Of
course they do.
It's always available.
But they're still hard to find. I mean, they're low production runs and stuff, and you'll find them in used CD bins, maybe if you look.
Yeah, at Amoeba
on eBay.
Amoeba would have all that stuff.
Sure.
Until someone buys it.
I collected all the Van Halen promo stuff.
I love so. Well, Paul and I both buy like imports to get that bonus song or that live track or whatever differences. Both of us love that stuff.
It's funny. We were talking about bands that when the music changed in the late 80s, early 90s, here's a band that nobody listened to, but I bet John likes as well. War Babies.
I have that.
Of course you do.
Yeah, of course they do.
Because War Babies is Brad Sinsel from TKO. And TKO was a great band in the 80s, 70s and 80s. So as soon as you knew that Brad had a new project, you bought it. And this is a band that nobody gives a shit about. Nobody heard about. It flew below the radar because everybody was listening to grunge. Great record. There's still great music out there. You can still find it, and you could still find it in the 90s as well. You just had to find it. You had to look for it.
You had to really look. What one trick
that made the game. It was like a game part.
One trick I used to do, aside from what we still do looking through like used CD shops, I used to pick up, even in the 90s, until like they just stopped, Metal Edge magazine. I would still read them because even though they were like kind of transitioning and, you know, keeping up on some of the grunge bands, they were still clinging on with dear life. Thank you, Jerry Miller, to whenever they could find something about a metal band, you know, Cherry Street or whatever, you know,
Snatch.
pick a band, you know.
I used to read those all the time at Target.
Well, that's why. That's the only reason why
I'd actually buy them. Johnny was in Target, like, hey, let's read a library, kid.
I'd buy if it had Van Halen in it. I'd buy it, you know, for the picture. But I would mainly just read that stuff, you know.
I always bought Metal Edge because they went into all the really, really obscure metal bands, even in the 90s. And that gave me a shopping list of stuff to look for. As bands were diminishing, it would say something like, you know, hey, you know, Saigon Kick has a new album, you know, Kick Tracy has a new album. And it's like, okay, I'll probably be one of 5 people buying it, but at least I could look for it. Now I know about it. Otherwise, you'd never see a display in a store anymore. Not in the 90s. They wouldn't display metal albums. You'd have to ask for it.
No, but then you find out that one of those bands is back together and releasing a record like Jet Boy or Circus of Power or
there you go.
One of those, and you'd be like, hell yeah. You know what I mean? You go and you buy it sight unseen because you were hoping for
anything.
You know, the glory. Like I bought the new Rose Tattoo. They did a record last year called, end of last year, called Outlaw, which is basically a re-recording of their first album with all new guys playing except for Angry on vocals. And it's cool. And I don't care that I already own the first Rose Tattoo record. It's just cool to have it. It's cool to have that band back making music, and you want to support that. And that's the other thing. Don't fucking steal music. Buy music.
Yeah, and that's why I said I buy CDs, because I want to support the band. Even though they don't make much from it, I still don't want to get something free when I want the experience. I want that physical CD in my collection. But also, you know, touching on that, it's like, you know, I remember, you know, when I was buying 10 CDs a week in the late 80s. I know, but in the late 80s, brand new. It's like, hey, what would I go? And the music guy in the flea market would like display all the new stuff. He'd be like, oh, John, I put these aside for you. Here's what's new out this week. Because I'd go, like the comic shop, I'd go every week when the new music was released. And I'd be like, okay, new Queensryche, I'll take that. New Rat, I'll take that. New Bullet Boys, I'll take that. You know, whatever it was. And I'd buy all these, like maybe 10 a week. A lot of stuff was coming out. When you're in the 90s and you're a metal guy like I am, you're looking for anything. So the idea that Metal Edge would say, oh yeah, you know, Heaven's Edge has a new CD coming out. I'm like, oh, something I can look for, because there was just nothing. You're grasping at straws of a genre that just wasn't putting out new product.
Yeah. I mean, King's X continued to make records in the 90s.
Metallica did, you know.
No, but I'm talking about like these like hard rock hair metal bands. Jackal continued to make records in the 90s. You know,
on independent labels.
Yeah, Riot kept making records in the 90s.
I remember Paris Records bought up so many bands from like big shops like Atlantic and Geffen, and you know, they were all on Paris Records. It's like new Sebastian Bach on Paris Records. I'm like,
Cleopatra Records. Cleopatra was the big one too.
Yeah, and you'd find all these bands you like. Well, these bands you like, you know, sold their contracts for pennies on the dollar because they were worthless, basically. For, you know, Atlantic wasn't going to promote, you know, or CBS wasn't going to promote Danger at that point. So, you know, there you go. Put them on, you know, whatever low-level label will buy their contract at the time.
I'm looking right now. Great White made records in the 90s.
They did, and good ones. Savatage kept making records. Good ones, really good stuff.
Hey, Amber. Well,
I'm trying to just look and find.
Rock on, Amber.
From here, bands that, you know.
Amber, hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button.
That'd be. I mean, let's face it.
On
Def
Facebook.
Leppard continued to make Kicks.
Def Leppard
Kicks
too.
continue to make records. Funny Money was basically what Kicks became at that point.
Funny Money was what, like 92, 93?
Yeah, it was
About
later and made it through. Funny Money made it through.
The great Jay Hannon in the house.
Dawkins continued to make records in the 90s. They weren't always good records, but they kept it
Yeah,
going.
barely though, barely.
Rat still made some records in the 90s.
But again, you lost Robin at one point,
Look, Motorhead continued to make records in the 90s, and God love him for it. Thank God.
Because Lemmy just didn't care. Lemmy's like,
didn't give a
I
shit.
don't care what to say it is.
He just,
Ozzy kept making music.
and made some of his best music in the 90s.
Ozzy, keep in mind, Ozzy also, and Sharon told this story, Ozzy basically wanted to go touring in the 90s, and the promoters said, we're not interested in Ozzy Osbourne. No one's interested in having.
Which is why they created the festival.
Yeah, and Sharon's like, what? What do you mean Ozzy can't come on to Lollapalooza? And they're like, yeah, nobody really wants to see Ozzy Osbourne. He's a has-been. Has-been. And then she created Ozfest, and the rest is history. That's
meanwhile,
fuck you,
Meanwhile, No More Tears has sold fucking, 10 million records.
billion albums, yeah.
Yeah. So right in the middle of the grunge thing. And look, I mean, for as much as I'm not a huge fan of the band, I own everything Pantera put out. And Pantera was one of the only bands in the 90s.
I like Dime.
And Pantera was only one of the only metal bands in the 90s that did anything worth a shit. And then 1994 came around, and God loved Tool, because Tool was another band, and Rage Against the Machine. Those were metal bands that were able to break through the nonsense that was Third Eye Blind and Semisonic and all of these other sort of 90s pop bands, fucking Blink 182 and all that shit that I had no interest in. Meanwhile, those bands, those Semisonics and Blink 182s and Smash Mouths and shit, are the 90s equivalent of the English Beat and Flock of Seagulls and all these bands that I love.
Yeah. And they made some good stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, a good friend of mine was the bass player in Third Eye Blind.
Headstock Harem asks, do I have my CDs sorted by year? I will tell you, this is how CDs are sorted.
Got to be alphabetical.
They're alphabetical and in order of release.
There you go. That's the only way to do it.
So alphabetical in order of release. Keep in mind, if it's a single artist, it goes by the first letter of their last name. If it's a band, it goes by the first letter of the band's name. Anything that is like The Cult, The Angels, The Police, is under A, C, or P. The doesn't count unless you're talking about the. Then it's under T. So it's always alphabetical. It's always in order of release, including greatest hits. And then at the end of all of it, soundtracks and various artists and stuff like that. Very rarely is a soundtrack loaded in with everything else.
So the police isn't under P?
Yeah, it's under P.
What, you got to pee, Johnny?
I can't.
You got to pee?
Police is always under P.
I do need more water though.
You know what's
band,
under Paul? What do you have under D? I have a ball sack.
Yeah, under my D is some taint juice,
some lint,
some taint. Yeah, sometimes on occasion. On occasion, one of these hairs will make its way down between my ass crack, and I'll pull the hair out and go, Jesus, that's inordinately long. Did that come out of my anus?
I love that planet. My anus, it's right there. Let's see. Sean Zimmerman brings up a point. He says the reason grunge took over the hair bands is because they were singing about things that were real things people were actually feeling, not about women and cars. Let me tell you something. If you were alive, you were thinking about women and cars and parties and shit. Everyone was thinking about that. What they were singing about in Seattle is miserable stuff. They weren't singing about anything great. Even Kurt Cobain, I was talking about last week, came up with Smells Like Teen Spirit. He says it was mostly nonsense he was writing about that rhymed. He said there wasn't like a big meaning to this, this anthem that everyone embraced. They thought there was some meaning, but there really wasn't.
People that say that the 80s music and that stuff was singing about nothing never listened to Broken Heroes from Saxon, never listened to Never listened to 2 Minutes to Midnight by Iron Maiden.
Savage Heart.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of substance in a lot of those bands. You could say yes.
House of Pain by Faster Pussycat. Come on.
Were some of those bands singing about nonsense? Absolutely,
because it was a party time.
But then you get Fly High Michelle, which is a very fucking special song.
Yeah, and Fly to the Angels by Slaughter.
Yeah, very special song. I mean, there was substance in a lot of that stuff. Over My Head from King's X has some substance to it. Yeah, there were some bands that were absolutely stupid. Poison Ivy was a dumb fucking song.
I liked it.
It
didn't have meaning.
No, but House of Pain had meaning.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even Babylon had meaning. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about Faster Pussycat, you're tired of listening to some fucking chick at a party who just won't shut up.
Partying in Bel Air with Buffy and Biffy. Some guy comes up, hey guys, you want some Sniffy? That was the scene. That was the scene.
So that's every bit as real as Stargazer is from Mother Love Bone or Wood from Alice in Chains. All of that shit, it's relative to the time. That shit, there was plenty of substance in those 80s bands. So I reject the argument that 90s bands did well because they were singing about relevant shit. Those 80s bands sang about relevant shit too.
Yeah, and grunge made you fucking depressed. Like I always say, even Kurt Cobain shot himself. It was miserable. No one wants to hear about the rain in Seattle, your girlfriend's weight gain, your itchy sweater, your ripped up shoes, your busted up guitar. No, it was not fun music. It was different and the change happened. But, just because it's different doesn't mean it was great.
There were good bands writing good songs, and like we said earlier, a good song is a good song. There were good bands writing substantive music, and there were bands that wrote nonsense.
And that goes for all genres, really.
Yes, yeah.
I like a lot of it now. Stuff I didn't like 20 years ago or 25 years ago, I like better nowadays.
Sean Zimmerman, you're wrong. Alice in Chains wasn't singing nonsense. Alice in Chains are arguably the best of the Seattle grunge bands, and they started off as a hair band. Fun fact. There's video of Alice in Chains with their hair teased to the fucking moon, wearing neon jackets and scarves, playing in Seattle. Look for Alice in Chains. I don't know, Alice in Chains 1987 or something like that. They were a hair band. They realized, like Guns N' Roses early on, oh shit, we better stop doing this.
Pantera too.
Yep.
Pantera. If you listen to early Pantera, it was some pretty good glam stuff. I liked it.
That was back when the guy from Lord Tracy was their lead vocalist.
And you had look, dime is dime.
The music was glam.
Oh yeah,
early Pantera.
You didn't hear about Pantera really until Cowboys from Hell.
Right.
That was when they broke out.
That was their fifth album.
And they'd crossed the genre line. If you look at the first couple of Panteras, they're a glam band, and they're a decent glam band.
Yep.
There's the early Alice in Chains.
Mickey Settlemeyer in the house. Hey, Mickey.
Yeah, look at that. There.
Lenny Lou and Mary.
Hey, Mary.
And Lenny Lou.
Or Lenny Lou. Lenny Lou's been really Lenny Lou has been very active in the Discord lately.
Sexually?
I don't know, but
I'm blowing everybody. Give me those cocks. I'm blowing everybody. Line up in line like soldiers. I'll blow you like a seal does a row of horns. I'll play it like a xylophone. Yeah, no, hey, more power to you. And Mary's sitting there with the wheelchair doing the same thing. Like, I'm a little older, so I could take less of them. But look, I'll wheel up and, got the chair and No, listen, the Discord is a great place to be. Check out the Discord. There's the link for you. And if you're watching right now, hit the like button. It costs you nothing.
So they Pantera, just to fill you in, Johnny, when Cowboys from Hell came out, that was their fifth record. They had done there was one called Metal Magic, Projects in the Jungle, and I Am the Night, I think is the third album, or That's the first three. Then power metal was when Phil Anselmo joined them. And power metal, Phil Anselmo has his hair teased to the fucking moon on the album cover of that.
Totally.
The lead vocalist
John,
for their
show the album cover. Show the album.
the lead vocalist for their first three albums, a guy named Terry Glaze, who sang for a band called Lord Tracy, who had one record album. I think it was called Deaf Gods of Babylon.
Yes, it was.
And they had a song called Out with the Boys, I think was the song.
I don't remember the single. I have the album.
I have the album. It's over here somewhere. It would be under L though. And Pantera was not, they understood, hey shit, this thing is over. We better do something different. And because Phil Anselmo, despite what he does on all of the Pantera and Superjoint records, yeah, that's Pantera right there with Terry Glaze.
There it is.
That's Pantera.
That might even be a later photo. Try to find their early album cover, and you'll be shocked.
Find power metal, Pantera power metal.
Yeah, there you go.
There's power metal right there. That's Phil Anselmo, third from the left, with his hair teased off to the side.
Yeah, zoom in on that one, John.
That's Phil Anselmo. That's Mr. Skinhead Tattoos. I'm way too fucking metal guy. There you go. That's Pantera as a hair band. So when people talk about Pantera being this aggro metal band, they evolved into that. And thank your deity of choice that they did, because they were one of the only bands that was worth a shit in the 90s that was making quality music. I'm not a huge Pantera fan, but that band is one of the only ones that was able to survive and reinvent themselves. And when they did, they got bigger.
And I totally attribute that to Dimebag.
Yeah, that Pantera nobody gives a shit about. The first three records with Terry Glaze, nobody gives a shit about.
I do.
But do you own the first three?
I do. I have the full catalog. I got the full catalog. I got them on cassette. I got them on cassette because I don't think some of the early ones were released on CD.
No, they weren't. They weren't. You'd have to go get a re-release. And the funny thing about it is the first three records were produced by Diamond Vinny's father, Jerry Abbott, not the governor of Texas, but Jerry Abbott. Hey, Abbott. Jerry Abbott, their father, was the guy that produced their first three records. Jerry Abbott in Texas was kind of like trying to do what Sam, what's his name?
Breakstone. Sam Breakstone.
No, Sam, the guy that
tried to most delicious sour cream.
He's the guy that was trying to create the Houston sound. Sam, what's his face for King's X and Atomic Opera and all that. There was a guy that was like a local music mogul that was trying to create this stable of amazing bands, and Jerry Abbott was trying to do that in Texas.
And Susie Cherry makes a good point. The 80s guys, they really, really, really learned how to play their instruments. The grunge guys, they played a couple of chords, and that was really it. There were not the guitar hero, quote unquote, other than, again, guys like Dimebag. What was really
Jerry Cantrell can play.
Okay, but with few exceptions, let's just say, these were not really skilled musicians. These were guys that were doing a slower sound than 80s metal. I mean,
that was the type of the music, though.
Right, exactly. But I'm just saying, it's such a difference. Susie's saying, I like guys that learn how to play their instruments. It's true. You could very easily be in a grunge band versus, hey, we're auditioning for Ozzy to take the place of Randy Rhoads. How good are you? It's like, come on, we're replacing Ace Frehley. Come on, versus, hey, we're looking for a new member of, I don't know, Candlebox or Your Mama's Box or whatever. It wasn't very complex. These weren't intricate players.
No, it wasn't about that. I mean, obviously, I'm with Johnny on that. Yeah. The style of music was anti.
It was anti. It was
anti guitar solo.
Yes,
is what a lot of it was.
Yeah,
anti dexterity, anti virtuoso. It was about. It really was about the songs, and some of those bands. I would say Soundgarden and Alice in Chains specifically, those were metal bands. Alice in Chains and Soundgarden are metal bands that put on flannel. Pearl Jam was, they came out of the remnants of what could have been a great glam band in Mother Love Bone. So, the only band that really wasn't of that ilk, that didn't start off as a straight up hard rock band, was Nirvana. They were not of that. They were not of that hair band genre, but the nucleus of Pearl Jam emanates from Mother Love Bone, which was a glam band.
I disagree. I gotta disagree. Mother Love Bone, I thought was basically, I look at them as an early grunge band because I bought that CD and I didn't like it at all. I thought it was like, grunge sounding.
Well, I agree to disagree.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And Soundgarden, clearly a metal band. Clearly a metal band. The Louder Than Love record and Ultra Mega OK, those are metal albums. Even Bad Motorfinger is a metal album. They didn't really get tagged as a grunge band until grunge became a label. By that time, they were on their 4th album. So Soundgarden was actually the first of those Seattle bands to get signed, and they were signed as a metal band. Alice in Chains was a metal band that realized, oh shit, we better take the hairspray down because this thing is over.
But also their sound, they grunged it up.
I wouldn't say that. I think that Alice in Chains gets lumped in with that, but I don't think Alice in Chains is a grunge band. I really think they're a metal band.
The closest song you could say, or I could say at least by example, that I consider as close to metal as possible is probably Man in the Box. And with that, I'm hearing grunge with a rock edge, not totally Nirvana or something, but like I'm hearing kind of an amalgamation of like a transitional period,
Well, I will ask you this question. How much Alice in Chains do you own?
2. The first 2.
All right. So you don't have a full palette from which to draw an opinion from, respectfully. And that's why you don't hear it, because you weren't interested and you didn't dive into it. Alice in Chains has a ton of metal in their sound and wrote phenomenal melodic songs. No Excuses is a phenomenal song. Don't Follow is a phenomenal song. I Fade Away is a phenomenal song. These are over now. These are great fucking songs that fit right in with the hard rock and metal of the day. But to be fair, you don't know those songs because you didn't dig into them. So you're coming
from what year were they?
Oh no, it was from 1992 to 1997.
But 90, what year was the one with the face on it? With Man in the Box.
89.
What was that? Okay, so that was the first one I bought, and then I bought the one after that, which was what, 93?
What, Dirt?
What year was that?
92.
Yeah, Dirt 92. Was 92. Yeah, the one with them.
With what?
Them Bones.
Yes.
Rooster, yeah.
Rooster.
That's a metal. Them Bones is a metal song.
Yeah, that's a metal riff, man.
I don't consider it as much. And again, maybe because to me, listening through that whole album, which is, like I said earlier, what I do when I get a CD, I didn't like them.
Them Bones is a total metal tune.
Man in the Box I listened to. And I was like, okay.
Angry Chair is a metal song. Angry Chair is What the Hell Have I is a metal song. Wood is those are great fucking
but I didn't
songs.
like it. I didn't like it comparable to something on Bon Jovi, New Jersey. It was it was too different a sound for me. For me. I get it.
No, I get it. Look, there are some of those hair bands that you like. Warrant, for example, even though I own the first 4 Warrant records, you like that band more than I do. I get it. I understand why you dig it. That's not a sound for you. That aggro sound, that Alice in Chains sound, that Soundgarden sound. Jesus.
I was about to say Soundgarden's another great example. To me, it was kind of an amalgamation of rock meets grunge and kind of, sure, it was hard, but I didn't like it. I wasn't really into it. Maybe one track.
Get on the Snake is a phenomenal rock song. Really good song. Big Dumb Sex is dumb as fuck, but it's a great song.
That sounds like my sex life throughout my life. Big Dumb Sex.
No, there's those.
I've lived records, that life. There's a song I can relate to at least.
Yeah, Alice. There's a song that Alice in Chains does that's just a filth groove called "It Ain't Like That." That is just so good. But you won't. I mean, granted, that's not your thing, so it's understandable that you would reject it. But I would say that Soundgarden and Alice in Chains, of the big quote unquote grunge bands, and even Candlebox is a hair band in flannel clothing. That Far Behind is a fucking hair band song. That if that song had been released in 1987 by a band on the LA Strip, you would love that song. You know, that's the thing about and Change from Candlebox. That first Candlebox record is a hair band album released in 1994 with guys wearing flannel. That was a great example of a band who wore the outfit but never really flew the flag.
Looking at something Fruitcake Tone. Actually, first I'll hit Susie Cherry's comment. She said she's having a problem with the like button not functioning. Is anyone else in the audience having a problem with that?
Yeah, the show sucks.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Black Salami. I get why you wouldn't hit it, but in case you want to. So that's a question. But Fruitcake Tony brings up the Fuck album, the Van Halen Fuck album, for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge.
Yeah.
He said after that, the whole music scene went to shit. Guns N' Roses hung on with Use Your Illusion and a new AC/DC album. Other than that, all the new grunge came out. There were still bands. I mean, Warrant came out with Dog Eat Dog. Winger came out with Pull. There were still bands that had produced an album and they were coming out still, but they were like thinning out at that time. And hey, Christopher Uleskis. There you go.
No, I think
Hey.
that
Jesus
there were really bad bands, just like there were really bad hair bands. There were
Sure.
really bad bands in that. I think the band Bush is awful. I think that, you know,
Well,
some
if
of those.
it's shaved, it's delicious.
Yes, it could be. Tastes just like chicken. Speaking of which, you want to talk about a metal band? that was great in
Scamboogery,
the 90s?
Scatterbrain, Scamboogery. That was a great album.
Fantastic 90s metal band.
But you know what?
course.
That song, Tastes Like Chicken, is exactly the on the metal side of their own undoing. You know, you say, why did the metal era end? Why did grunge succeed? Okay,
Right.
you have on the grunge side, here's a new sound, and all the radio execs are looking for something different to blow up fresh that they could get in the ground floor of for a new decade. And on the metal side, yeah, it's formula. It's the same thing. All the bands look and sound alike, and they're coming out 10 times as much as often. That song on Scatterbrain's Scamboogery album, it's called, for those that don't know, it's called Tastes Like Chicken. And
So
it's
good.
basically explains right before it happened what was going on with the hair metal scene.
Yep.
And the line's something like, you know, in my car, I drive along, I listen to a song. Is it a good song? I sing along. Is it a good song? I sing along to dog food commercials too. And then it says, you know, formulas.
Scandalized, paralyzed, homogenized. I've heard this song before.
Yeah, formulas that go do-si-do, tastes just like chicken. Basically saying, yeah, this new band that just came out is the same as this new band that's just on the shelf. And this new band, you know, song 1 is a balls to the wall rocker. Song 3 will be the single. Song 5 will be the ballad. Song 8 or 9 will be the other ballad. I mean, it got to a point, as much as I love it, where I have to admit, I could predict what songs I wanted to hear first on the album. Because I knew, you know, here's the anthem, here's the rocker, here's the first ballad, here's the second ballad.
You could tell by the
knew what was
title.
coming. I knew where the fillers were going to be. Song 7, song 10, those were going to probably be fillers. You know,
What's unfortunate about Scatterbrain is, you know, we talk about
great band.
bands that you want to talk about it. That's a band that could play. In fact, Scatterbrain puts classical music on their CDs. They do Beethoven sonatas and shit on their CDs. They do like Sonata number 11 and shit like that on their albums in the middle of songs.
Metal version of it.
Yeah, they're I mean, just a fantastic band that grew out of the ashes of a hardcore band called Ludachrist.
Which was also really good.
Yeah,
I actually have one of their guitars. I don't know if I've had it
You
on
have
the
a
show.
Ludachrist guitar?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, well,
A
'cause
Charvel. It's an old Charvel.
that's a New York thing.
And it's in a Ludachrist case. It's stenciled Ludachrist. I know the whole
Right.
history of it.
Same thing with, you know, there were some of those bands like Typo Negative, like Scatterbrain, that had like Infectious Grooves and Suicidal Tendencies that had
Suicidal,
a fantastic sense of humor that they kept fun during that whole period of time when grunge was busy, you know, staring at their sneakers and bitching about how miserable life was. Peter Steele and Type O Negative were doing covers of Cinnamon Girl from Neil Young and fucking crushing it. Just a fantastic cover of that. You know, there were bands at
Green Jelly,
Green Jello, if you have the original.
Was
they
it
were
Green
Jello?
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Sued. They got
little pig, let me in. Not for the hair of a chinny chin chin.
And
that's a great song.
Maynard from Tool is in that band. People don't know that. You know, those guys. Green Jello. Yeah, Guar. I mean, there were bands that were doing that were having fun during that whole period of time while the grunge bands were being miserable.
Ugly Kid Joe.
Ugly Kid Joe was a fantastic band. I actually saw Ugly Kid Joe with Scatterbrain at a place called the Middle East Cafe in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Funny night. So for those that don't know, Boston has one of the most preeminent music schools in America. It's called the Berklee College of Music. Pat Metheny went there. Steve Vai went there. It's like Juilliard. It's that level of musicianship in Boston. So Scatterbrain are on stage and they're in the middle between songs, and they had just finished playing one of their classical pieces, one of the Beethoven pieces, and stopped. And Tommy goes, "So we're here in Boston. Are there any Berklee students here?" And the place starts, erupts. It's all because all the guitar players were there and all the musicians were there. And Tommy just goes, he stops, there's a pregnant pause. He goes, "Anybody that pays $10,000 to learn how to play a song is a fucking idiot." And I was like, good for you. It was so good. It was such a great punk moment where everybody in the room went, man. and then they kicked into one of their great songs. I think it might've been "I'm With Stupid." And when they went off stage to do their encore, they came out to do an encore. They all came out dressed as nuns and played Girls, Girls, Girls from Motley Crue. I shit you not. And Tommy in his nun's habit, they all dressed in nuns outfits. Tommy lifts the white part of the nun's habit. He's got fake tits and he starts squeezing them and shooting milk out into the crowd. And it was such a fucking good time. And I thought to myself, this is 1992, 93. Nobody's having fun right now. They made sure. And then Ugly Kid Joe came out and did the same thing. Another band that could play, fantastic band that could play.
I hate everything about you.
They both crushed. There's a great song. We go back to our friend Rob Halford. He does a vocal track called, I think it's called "Goddamn Devil," on the Ugly Kid Joe record. And Ugly Kid Joe hung out with Ice-T and Guns N' Roses and did some stuff. They're a great band as well that don't get any credit. In the 90s, released a bunch of great records. Yeah, Mark Dillon says it. Yeah, Ugly Kid Joe was a fantastic band. Again, we talk about some of these hard rock bands that disappeared from the mainstream. Ugly Kid Joe, Jackal, there were a couple of those bands that were still sort of flying the flag for the kind of music we loved in the 80s throughout the 90s. And God love them that they're still out there doing their thing. And Great White was one of those bands.
Great White's there. And Mr. Hellstorm 74, like I said earlier, Savatage. Holy shit. Through the 90s, consistently putting out, staying the course, consistently great stuff. And again, there was a point, John Oliver left the band and, they got a different vocalist. I get it, but, still great stuff. Chris Cafferty doing guitars. Well, let's see. Let me just catch up real quick, see if there's anything else.
Getting ready for show and tell time, isn't it?
It is halftime, so it means it's time for our show and tell guitar. Brought to you by Bang Energy Drink and Swiss Picks. Holy Hannah. Gotta love these two. So thank you. Paul's still waiting. Pete, the owner of Swiss Picks, if you're watching, he did not yet get his picks.
What the fuck?
Did not yet get his picks. What the hell?
Was it something I said? Was it everything I said?
We're selling you thousands of picks. Thousands of picks. Work with me. Thousands. Look, so many Swiss picks. We're selling you thousands. Where's Paul's picks? Just give us the picks.
You got really Hebrew there for a second. Where are the picks already? Come on.
Well, look, all I ask for is a little pick. What's the thing? This is a little pick. Yes, send them a couple, just a few, a little shill here, a shill there, a little, just a little. What's the big deal? I give these out. I give these out. Would it kill you so much to give a little pick? Ah. Anyway, today's show and tell guitar. I gave the clue. Jesus. I gave the clue that it had something to do visually with Fruitcake Tony's logo on the shirt that he sent me. Now, if you look, this is an orange / kind of paint logo. There you go. So something to do with that. Not a celebrity guitar, but still just a very, very cool guitar. Just catching up to the chat for a second. Bear with me. Thank
you, Amber.
What did Amber do so special? What did she do? Now what did she do? What's so special? Oh, thank you, Amber. That's
likes it.
Yes, we should have her bronzed. We got one like. Yeah, hit the like button on the video if it's working. I hope so. Even my mother's sitting there. I can't seem to get this thing working. I'm talking about your father's penis. What? Oh, the like video? Oh, I'll do that later. Trying to get your father an erection. Anyway, so today, show and tell guitar. Johnny, if you would. Drum roll. Oh, baby, look at that. Thing. Look at that thing.
Dang.
Thumbnail right there. So this is a BC Rich ST, not to be confused with an ST3. This was the first Strat attempt that BC Rich made in the early 80s. This was their first Strat body guitar, neck through. Now, this is a very special one. This one, Johnny, if you go in your Facebook messages, I sent you 2 photos. You put those up.
These?
Let's see. Yeah. I sent you one of my ball sack and one of the lint ring around the head of my shaft.
Yuck. Let me see. Was it to both of us? Oh, there. Oh, I see it.
You see?
Or wait,
because this wasn't just an average guitar on the store. This was the catalog guitar that BC Rich put out in their, I believe it was 84 or 85 catalog. It's neon green, very hard to see, but these are all day glow colors. Not really coming out great on the screen, but they are, just got to trust me, they're neon. Maybe you can see the back a little better. There you go, maybe against the light. This is very similar to what Paul Stanley had his Eagle painted like during the, I guess, the Asylum tour. So there's the BC Rich catalog from then. And if you look, you could see, scroll up a little more, Johnny. Scroll up so you can see the yellow one too. There you go. Now, if you look, that yellow Ironbird I own as well. That's also on an episode of the show I did, I guess, last year or earlier this year. And then if you look on the top right, there's this ST, this specific guitar in that catalog. So that was the catalog that everyone had for 1984, 1985. Let's see, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85. So that was the 85 catalog. So there you go. Yeah, so it is very, very neon. Again, hard to tell on screen. It's bright neon green with pink and yellow and orange. And if you look right there, Tony slash those orange slashes, very similar to Fruitcake Tony's color right there. There you go. So this is neck through. This is neck through. Look at that headstock. This is one of these early Harpoon design headstocks. Really, really sharp points at every angle. Grover tuners on that guy. Neck through. And if you look, this is kind of like it's kind of a sharp cut angle over here.
It's almost like a dinky.
Yeah, kind of an early sharp cut angle and a nice neck through carve. Now, again, these were their first attempt at a super strat. BC Rich was known up till that point for the bitch, the mockingbird, the warlock, the ironbird, the eagle, the seagull, the stealth, the wave. Those were the neck through guitars they did. But there was such a demand at the time in the early 80s for a super strat. Bernie Rico, the owner of BC Rich, basically said, we got to get on this bandwagon. Everyone wants to be Eddie Van Halen. Everyone's playing super strats. We need a super strat. Let's make our neck through guitars into, and let's do super strats. Jackson's doing it with the soloist. Let's come up with something similar. So they came up with this. You have a flat mount Kaler, DiMarzio Super Distortion, 2 single coils, typical control layout for a BC Rich Strat, basically volume and tones, 5-way selector, and a boost right up there that gives you a lot of nice kick-ass. The board is a very, very, very dark, smooth ebony. If you could see that. Back in the day, BC Rich was so good at getting quality wood. Look at the sheen on that ebony. That's when ebony was blacker than black and shiny and smooth, and you didn't have to color it or anything like that. Locking Kaler nut, which you notice is above the bone nut, the way they positioned it. And of course, that BC Rich script logo they came out with at that point. Now, the thing about this is the ST wasn't actually taking off very well. And they couldn't figure out why, because BC Rich, as you know, was selling very well. They were selling Mockingbirds everywhere. A lot of people had that stuff. But for some reason, as a super strat, Jackson was still really outselling them, and they just weren't picking up on it. And this particular one is a really, really flat D shape. But I've seen other ones, because again, these are hand carved. So these handmade guitars, a lot of them had a thick C shape, not very comfortable. The angles, this particular one, again, maybe because it's early, maybe it's a catalog guitar, they made it special, whatever it is. This one's very comfy, but I had one of these before that I didn't like the feel of. I didn't like the way it played. I didn't like the neck access. Something about it I just wasn't into. When I got this one, this was my keeper example, because I did want one of these, but this was the one I remember from the catalog. So to get this and have the yellow Ironbird in the catalog beneath it is like a coup for me. Plus obviously, Mancuda, neon pink and crazy colors. I mean, that's my jam. But with all that said, BC Rich couldn't figure out why these weren't selling so great comparative to Kramer and the Jackson Soloist. And, Ibanez came later, but it was mostly Kramer and Jackson Charvel at the time. Charvels were bolt-ons. They were doing very well. They're like, why can't we come up with the Soloist, competition? It just wasn't as good a shape friendly to a player as a soloist. So in 1986, a guy comes in, name of David, comes to work for BC Rich, and he's product development, and he says to Bernie, he's like, the ST isn't selling. What do we do about it? He says, well, do you want to know why? It sucks. He's like, what do you mean it sucks? My guitars don't suck. Well, look, your bitch doesn't suck. Your mock doesn't suck. All your line is selling very well. The Warlock's flying off the shelves. But for a super strat player, which this guy understood, this guy David, he understood what a super strat player wanted. And he said, if you let me redesign this guitar, they will sell a lot better. And he says, what can we do? He's like, well, let's start with this. Jackson has the market cornered on a neck through super strat. But neck through super strats aren't selling as well as the bolt-ons. So you need a bolt-on super strat, and you need it more ergonomic to what a player wants. So he redesigned the ST into what he dubbed the ST3. And that's, there wasn't an ST2. A lot of people think, oh, there was an ST2 in the middle. There wasn't. He just wanted to jump ship and seems so radical. So it didn't associate too much to a connection of this body with this sharp access. And he came up with this, which I've had on the show before. This is an ST3. Now this, again, is a bolt-on guitar. This was more popular with players at the time. Bolt-on guitars, you saw all, Kramer Berettas and Charvels and Jackson Dinkies. And, this basically was what a player wanted. It kept the costs down, which was really important for a super player. And look, you'll notice it's a little more rounded over here, less sharp angles compared to this. You look at the two. Let's see. There you go.
Again, the ST3 has more of a Sandema shape, whereas the original ST is more of a dinky.
Right. And this guy came from Charvel. So he knew bolt-ons exactly. And he said, you've got to make the neck thinner and faster and stop painting them because the maple is faster. And like the Charvels, he came up with a real thin D shape that everyone liked. Feels a lot like an old school Sandema Charvel neck. Bolt-on to keep the price down. And again, these were very popular. Bolt-ons were really popular. Low neck heel. This is a really it's not a very fat neck heel if you look at it. Very, very, very comfortable. Changed the shape of the headstock to a little smoother, but still very aggressive. Again, if you want to compare the headstocks, take a look at that. Let's see. There you go. Less pointy, still very pointy and aggressive, but not as big, not as clumsy looking. And the access was just a lot smoother. It was just a little lower, a lot smoother. And again, Floyd Rose instead of a Kaler. Floyd Rose copy. This is, I think, a Goto, if I'm not mistaken, or a Takuchi. They also did. And same pickup configuration. DiMarzio Super Distortion and single coils. But the Floyd style trem or Floyd licensed trem was more popular than the Kalers at the time. And again, you couldn't get a Floyd in most companies because Kramer had those locked up. If you wanted a Floyd, you had to buy a Kramer. But if you brought them, to Charvel, who was using V-Trems at the time, if you brought them something like a Floyd, you bought your own Floyd, brought it to them, they'd install it in a guitar. BC Rich did a licensing deal with Takuchi and Goto, who was licensing Floyds, and they suddenly brought that out. So now you had a better trem, you had better access, a guitar that was about a third of the price less because now it's a bolt-on, had a faster neck, smoother shape, and again, colorful graphics. So very, very fast, lighter, more aggressive, cool-looking headstock. And then from there, you went a little further. You go to that, which was, let's see, right there. That, which is the Gunslinger, which evolved from the ST3. Basically, if you took an ST3 and you made it a single angled hum with a maple neck and a reverse headstock, you had a very light super strat, all business, one volume, no tone, no pickup selector, no nonsense shredder. So starting out, evolving from the ST to the ST3, and eventually the option of the Gunslinger up there. So
All of
there,
that said, I think the reason why, BC Rich had their issues with that is they were known for the Warlock and the Ironbird and the Mockingbird, and that was their thing. And I think it was very difficult for them to retrain the audience to accept a BC Rich guitar like that.
well, a
Because
bolt-on.
Charvel-
They didn't
yeah, because-
offer bolt-ons.
Right, because Charvel and Jackson and Kramer pretty much had that market locked up. What BC Rich did something that nobody did, and that was those weird shapes, those Mockingbirds and the Ironbirds and the Bitches and all that stuff. They were beautiful guitars.
Warlock
The
was a huge seller, thanks to Motley
Right.
Crue.
Yeah, and so all of those guitars, that was what BC Rich was known for. When they tried to get into the Super Strat, arena, that territory was so already occupied by so many other companies that it did take them several different tries to make some headway in it. And then eventually, price competition is what helped them, because when it came down to it, Charvel and Jackson, those guys were going in a different direction, and BC Rich's quality control was better at that point. So when people wanted a new Super Strat, they went to the company that made the best version. And by then, Charvel and Jackson had already been making all their stuff overseas. And we're getting a bad rap.
And keep in mind also, they're coming into a market that's not theirs, which is basically what you said. But here's a guy who worked at Charvel and knew exactly what a player of a Super Strat wanted, because they were number one. I mean, them and Kramer were number one. And basically he's saying, look, I hate to tell you this, but this is not it. This is not, I understand it's a nice looking guitar. It's neck through. It's not what you're used to making. Let me show you what I did for Charvel, and I'm going to help you with this. And sure enough, the ST3 flew off the shelves. And then the Gunslinger, same thing. Gunslinger a little later, 1988 and 1989. But the ST3 came out in 86. And here was all these bands playing it on MTV. And it was cheaper than a Charvel and just as well made. I still say to people today, they say, hey, what's a good bang for the buck guitar? My two answers are usually get a Kramer Pacer, USA Kramer Pacer, or a BC Rich ST3, because the ST3s are so well made and so cheap. Bang for the buck. It's a poor man's Charvel, basically. They're really, really good. And he was right. And Bernie admitted, okay, I don't know bolt-on guitars. Take us into this market. And he did, and they did super well. Between 86 and 89, BC Rich sold thousands and thousands and thousands of bolt-on guitars. And they were one of the leaders in that market at that time, thanks to this guy.
Fast forward to today, and why do you think Fender has hired all the original Charvel guys to build Charvel guitars? Because the guys that know it best know what those players are looking for. And no boardroom executive and no book template can show you what Grover Jackson did. You had to be there. You had to be one of the guys that was there. You had to have your hands in it. And no matter how many different you try to copy something, that's why the guys at Harley Davidson, just to get it away from guitars for a second, that's why Harley Davidson came back. Because they sold the company to a venture capitalist firm that had no idea what Harley Davidson riders wanted. Willie G and a bunch of old Harley guys bought the company back, relaunched it, and there it is. It came back to be the powerhouse that it was for a long time. Going through some tough times now, but that's economics and the aging of their demo. Same thing with guitars. The Super Shredder went up, went down, and for whatever reason is now having a resurgence. God love Fender for putting so much effort into their Charvel line, because the
Charvel's custom shop, I've said on the show before, unmatched. They're phenomenal.
Yeah, fantastic. I would buy a Charvel custom shop over a Fender custom shop, and they're the same friggin' people, except the Charvel guys were the guys that built the original Charvels, and the Fender guys are not. The Fender guys are new guys. They're new people who are building custom guitars. Good guitars, not as good as the Charvel guitars that are being made today in the USA custom shop.
Custom shop.
And they're literally right next to each other. They're both made
I've been to the factory. I've gotten the factory invite and walked through Fender and walked into the Charvel custom shop.
Yeah.
And Charvel is just a wing in the Fender factory.
Yep.
And
but
Fender
for whatever reason,
massive.
it's a different vibe. It's a different attitude. Yeah. It's the same company, but it's a different company. it's hard to describe. It's like playing
Oh,
two
it's,
different
it's the
positions.
old school. It's the old school guys from Charvel.
Right, that's the point.
It's almost like they rented a space
Right.
in a big Fender factory, even though they're owned by the same people.
Yep, it's like the guys. It's the guys from Heritage Guitars are all the old Gibson guys. So the Heritage guys basically bought, the old Gibson factory, and they're building the guitars there. And they're building them to the specs that the old classic Gibsons were built to. And they're great guitars. Now, they don't have Gibson on the headstock, but they're every bit as good as a Gibson Les Paul with a little bit of a different on the lower bout cutaway. And that's the difference, is when you've got the guys that built the guitars that created the legend of the guitar, then you're getting that guitar, and the quality control can be the same. That's why guys like Grover Jackson are still making guitars, because there's a market for them. There's a market for it. Grover can make guitars by himself, or he can make the same amount of money being a consultant for Friedman. So why not? He doesn't have to bust his ass. He's getting older. So the guys from Charvel, if they want to still make guitars, they're there, and they get to put the name that made them famous on the headstock. Those guys could easily go to work for Fender or any other guitar company, but they don't.
Mike Shannon, by the way, who shop, he's the same guy that built Randy Rhoads' Concorde, what became the Rhoads guitar, basically. He's the same guy. And Red Dave, also, master builder, was right there in 1979, and a few of the other guys. It's the same team. And Joe is a newer young blood that's, been there a number of years, not as long as the original guys, but the original guys are there. The same guys that built your guitar in 79 and 80 and 81 and, up through 86 in San Dimas, they're still there. Those are the same guys building with the same insane, intense quality. So just saying.
And better facilities. And
yeah,
better facilities to be for quality control.
I think EVH is in the same building. Someone in the chat asked.
Yeah.
So, I didn't have time.
I've been there. I've been there.
To look at that area, but
that was my favorite part.
Well,
EVH are Charvel guitars. They're all Charvel guitars with EVH's name on them. It's the same. They're made in the same factory.
Same factory, different builders. That's all.
Yeah.
But anyway,
but built to almost the same standards. Almost the same standards, little different things. I mean, but you'll find though there's a lot of cross pollination. For example, the Burns pots that they're using in the EVH guitars have now found their way into the Charvel guitars. So you're getting sort of the same components that you're getting, with the exception of the pickup, but you're getting these great, Seymour Duncan pickups with the Burns no load pots, no friction pots, and the Floyd Rose trem, and all these things that you can get on both guitars, but you just get a little bit of a different price point. So if you want everything that those EVH guitars offers without the paint job or without having to buy a Wolfgang, and you want it in a Strat shape or a San Dimas shape or a Dinky shape, you just buy a Charvel. Same guitar, same factory, same quality control, same wood, same materials.
Same people.
Terrific quality control. Terrific quality control.
Yep, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they're doing great. And old BC Rich Wise, 1985 catalog guitar. So if you had this old catalog, this is the one you saw back then. So enjoy that. And a little lesson on the evolution of BC Rich's Super Strats. So if you enjoyed that, hit the like button. It's free.
All right. I've got listener mail.
Shoot.
I need to open it. I need to figure out what this is.
Who's this one from?
Whoa.
Well, I don't know who it's from because it's from Johnny Beane.
Oh.
Because he sent it to me. And again, wrote it.
That's my writing.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, because look and see where the address is. That where the street number is. I had written the zip code first.
He wrote the zip code first.
Because when you sent me, I was reading off the message you sent me. You put the zip code first.
Maybe.
It was weird.
Paul's in England.
Yeah. So, and I don't have a problem. That address is not my home address. That's the radio station address. So
yeah. So if you have a crush on Paul, which I know a few female viewers do not go to that address. You'll just be rubbing your nipple against a PO box.
Yeah,
so.
you'll be escorted off the ground. So
of the post office.
I don't know what this is. It's not very big. That's what she said.
Oh.
It's
a life-size fake of my penis. It's a mold of my penis.
Maybe.
I know what it is, but I'm not going to say it.
Oh, cool.
You know what it is?
It's a condom holder from Jason Becker.
Ah,
Nice. Very nice.
Oh, look at that shit. Did this come from Johnny? Did this come from Jason?
yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. It was Jason's sister that mailed it. Over.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. There's more
Look at
stuff in
that.
there. Hang on.
Dear Paul, I like you way better than Mancuda. You hold up that whole show.
And Johnny's cool.
Johnny's,
yeah, well,
Johnny's the handsome one.
these are from
Between
Jason
you
Becker.
and Johnny.
Yeah.
Well,
And that-
read it. Read what it says, Paul.
It's just these are from Jason Becker, and on the front, I'm not going to put this up there because it's got addresses on it. It's from Amy Becker and the Becker family. It says Johnny Beane gift for Paul Marshall. That's so fucking cool.
That is
So
awesome.
Jason, and then alrighty then. This is nice. A nice little thank you note from the Beckers.
Can't focus it.
Yeah, it's not focusing on it, but
That's getting better. That's a little better. What does it say? Oh, there you go. You had it.
from the Beckers.
Nice.
So that's kind of neat. It's a neat thing. And now, did these come from Jason, or because these are Jason Becker?
yeah. That all
These are
did.
Jason
That all did.
Becker.
There you go.
It's about fucking time. It's over. So now I have some Becker blue cheese.
Which are
Some
terrific.
Becker perpetual, what's it say? Perpetual cheddar. Well, those are small picks. Those are jazz picks. Those are
What size do you have on the Becker blue cheese? I have 80s.
Yeah, these are 80s. Yeah.
And those are the jazz picks or the regular
These
ones?
are the blue cheese. These are the blue cheese.
Okay.
And then the 80s are 180. I mean, the jazz are 180s,
Nice.
which are good. Those are small picks for my hands. And then some regular size perpetual cheddars. These are also 80s. So I have plenty of Jason Becker picks.
Nice.
Thank
Those
you
are the
to
purples?
yeah, the purple ones. So
Those are good too.
thank you to Amy and the Becker family for finally fulfilling what John Mancuda could never do.
I tried, dude. I
And this is
tried.
fucking cool. Here's the thing: I will not, and this is how weird I am. I will not use those. I will not open those. I will not use those. Those are a gift, and those will sit in a place of honor on my shelf because Jason is fucking.
Well, you could still open a pack and keep the wrapper.
No, I'll open these. I'll open the Swiss picks.
Yeah.
But the Jason personal picks, those ones there, I will not.
Let's see those. Let's see Jason's personal ones.
These ones are. It's got the same heart on them, and I'm not going to open them, but it's got the same sort of logo, the heart logo,
That's beautiful.
and then his name and guitar and stuff on the back.
Nice.
So those are cool. And anybody that's ever watched this show knows that I am a massive fan of Jason. Own all of his solo work and the Cacophony stuff, and am inspired by Jason Becker every day. For those that are having a bad day or think that your life sucks or think about a guy who was diagnosed and given 3 years to live, fucking 30 years ago. I mean, it's
and think about what he's done as well as far as writing, and I mean, it's mind blowing.
Yeah, no, he should be, and amongst those who know, obviously his name is mentioned amongst the Vais and the Van Halens and the
We
powers
mention
that
it.
be. Yeah,
We mention it all the
amongst
time.
those who know, that is. But there is a guy that was. Oh wait, there's more shit in here.
Yes.
Johnny Beane guitar picks. Not quite the same level. Sorry, John. I mean, I love you.
Well, I've got my own too. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, look, I don't have my own guitar pick, so
Yeah.
very nice, very kind of you. Thank you, and thank you to the Becker family. But again, as we've said so many times on this show, a man who was on the precipice of being a legend, and he's still a legend for different reasons, but a man who was on the precipice of being mentioned amongst the Satrianis and the Vais and the Malmsteens and the Van Halens, gets, one day he's limping and the next day he gets what is essentially a death sentence, and yet refuses to accept the death sentence and releases 5 more albums and continues to breathe the air that we breathe every day today because he's the strongest motherfucker on the face of the earth. So God love Jason Becker. I salute him every day. And I really do. I know it sounds weird when I say it. I think of Jason every day because of just the shit, the negativity and stuff that we go through. And I think to myself, well, fuck, if Jason Becker can handle it, we're good. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, truly inspirational as much as he is talented.
Yep. The world is a better place because Jason Becker lives.
And Lenny Lou brings up a good point. Swiss Picks gives a portion of their Becker pick sales to Jason. So if you're going to buy a Swiss Pick, which obviously sponsor the show, we recommend, buy the blue cheddars, buy the purple ones, buy Jason's signature ones, which are tremendous. They're great picks. Jason's obviously an amazing player and deserved of having his own line of these. So,
right. And I also want to thank Jesus Rapes Me for the contribution, which sounds weird to say that, but Jesus Rapes Me apparently is responsible for making sure that that this happened from the Becker family. So thank you so much for that. That's really kind. It's a kind gift. I'm humbled. So
yeah, thank you, Jesus Rapes Me. That was very cool.
And now I have to shut up because I've got Swiss Picks now. So for the first of many times, this show brought to us by Swiss Picks. That's awesome. And again, if you are buying them, make sure you buy the Becker stuff and support Jason.
Yeah, definitely. If you're going to buy them, which we recommend, the Becker stuff gives a portion to Jason. That's a good cause. So
no, he's the best.
It's great. Great guitarist, great human, great writer, the whole 9 yards.
For those that haven't seen it, you should watch Not Dead Yet, which is a biography that, quite frankly, I don't think Jason expected to have aged as long as it has since it was made. I think in his mind, it was like, this is going to be my final statement. And holy shit, he's still here 10 years later.
And now he's bored. He's bored. He's like, what do I do now?
He was the one that came up with that title.
Oh no, I understand that, but I think that was, look, like we talked about, and we haven't mentioned this either, the passing of our friend Frankie Benali. He knew, I mean, Jason knows that his time is limited. Well, he knew his time was limited in 1990. Fucking 30 years later, he's still hanging around.
Well, because he's stronger than that. He's stronger than that. And
I just love that. Awesome. I love that he knew his time was limited and he made the best of it and has been making the best of it because it's not up yet. And
he's still writing.
And then maybe he thought, okay, I'm getting near the end of my potential for creative output. I better make a final document. So he makes this movie, and damned if he's not done. He's still fucking here. That should be the follow-up. Jason Becker, still fucking
here.
Because he's the best.
There he is with that pervert on his right. Who's that guy?
Some guy.
He looks shady. I wouldn't let him near Jason.
Yeah, don't like him at all.
That picture was taken at the show at the end of that movie. I was there.
Yeah, I mean it's so cool.
And a couple of people in the chat bring up the David Lee Roth album he's on, Lil Ain't Enough. You want to talk about a great fucking guitar record.
It's a great album. Everything on that record.
Who's that handsome? Who's that handsome guy? That's a good looking guy right there.
Nope. Nope. But no, Jason.
Hey, if I don't say it, no one else will. So I gotta go fishing.
And if you want to hear completely unnecessary over the top guitar playing,
Cacophony.
Get those Cacophony records. They are the ultimate shred records. You tell Nitro can shit in a hat.
Nitro.
Yeah, because everybody talks about those being great shred records. The Cacophony records are the epitome of what can be done by two young kids on guitar who just go fucking nuts. Friedman and Becker are brilliant on those records. Not quite the same as what Racer X was doing. Racer X was obviously a band ensemble that was doing something different, but Cacophony was Jesus Christ. When you talk about what can be achieved with six strings and 10 fingers, those records are amazing.
And when I bought those, I didn't even know what to expect. I was just like, okay, let's see what it is, who's singing and whatever. And then when I put them in, I got them on cassette originally. The first one I put in, I was just like, wow. I mean, just blow me away with just fast, amazing playing.
They're tough to find. Speed Metal Symphony and Go Off. They're tough
Worth
to find.
Worth looking for, though.
Yeah, tough
if you
to
don't
find.
own it.
And then everything from Perpetual Burn forward. I think I showed you the promo shots. I think I have the promo shot of Jason when Perpetual Burn came out. And I think he's playing I'm not sure if it's a Carvin or a BC Rich in the picture. But yeah, those promo shots.
I don't believe he played with BC Rich. I know. I think he had Carvin originally. I think because he's with Kiesel now.
He had a lot of Carvins.
Yeah,
I think he's with Kiesel now.
I'm just trying to think of the headstock. It's probably a Carvin. But Jesus, what a phenomenal player! And again,
mind blowing.
Deserves to be mentioned amongst Vi and Van Halen. He's that good.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Still creating music. His body may have sort of failed him a little bit and slowed down, but his mind is whip smart, and he's still creating fantastic music.
Complex stuff that other people are looking at and saying, how the fuck do I play this? How is he coming up with this without playing it first? Because it's in his head. That's the genius.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
to play stuff like that, you've got to be like, your mind's got to be incredible. Jason's mind is incredible.
And I love there's a run at the end of Drop in the Bucket where it goes into the groove at the end. That's just that beat that sort of falls out the record, and he does this like chromatic thing up the top of the neck. That's just beautiful. It's a beautiful passage of intricate guitar work woven into a very simple pop song. And the greats can do that. The greats can take something that is virtuoso playing and dumb it down for people that may not know what they're hearing, but love what they're hearing. And the great ones can do that. They can take the complex and make it simple.
I love what Ben Tom in the chat is saying. When I first heard Perpetual Burn on headphones, I said, "What the fuck?" out loud in front of my mom. She was not pleased. Yeah. Metal music is not pleasing to mothers, man. I mean, unless they're blowing artists, backstage, but
no, it was cool. It's cool. So thank you so much to Amy and the Becker family, and fuck you, Jesus Rapes Me, for trying to tell me to shut up. I kid.
And fuck you, JoJo the Chimp, who is not getting any Swiss picks.
No, because I have them all now.
There. Now we all have Swiss picks.
Yeah.
This is great. The good part about this is it's also a good place to put your drugs. Not that Jason would want that, but I'm just saying.
Right now, Jason's head is melting. No, don't say that. Don't say that.
I kid. Jason's sitting there and going, "Don't make me get up. I will whoop your ass."
Damn. Let's see. Shifting gears a little bit, Chris Bevan asked me earlier in the chat. We were on a different topic, but he asked, "Did I see the Tough Luck movie?" I did not. Did anyone else?
No.
See that? Let's see. We only have 69 thumbs up after I gave a lesson on guitars. Take a second, hit the like button on the video. Humor me.
Humor him.
Let's talk about a story that there's a lot to talk about today. There's stuff with Adrian Smith. There's, of course, Frankie Banali, Ozzy, Ronnie James Dio, to Dee Snider. We have a lot to get to, so I'm gonna kick this off with the feel bad, feel good story of the week. So, as I mentioned earlier in the show, and you viewers know this, I'm an ally of the gay community. I'm an ally of the LGBT community, and there have been a couple of attacks on transgenders in Hollywood lately. One of them recently was in a guitar player named Grace, who had an acoustic guitar and was assaulted and beat up basically by three guys who basically took her guitar and smashed it to bits. They basically saw that, hey, we don't like who you are. And again, regardless of whatever you think, live and let live. Okay. This is America. Okay. Everyone deserves happiness and to their business. Okay. So here's this woman, or a trans woman, who is basically attacked. He grabbed her guitar, smashed it to bits, and said, that'll show you, for being the way you are. So she took this guitar to a man named Fren Askin. Fren is a luthier and custom guitar builder, owner of Askin Guitars. You can go to askinguitars.com, ASKEN. And Fren basically had her as a client, as a luthier client, and she brought the pieces back and said, can you fix what's left of this? And Fren said, I'll try. It's going to take forever. It's really bashed up. I'll do my best. And hundreds of people started hearing this news story, pouring in, hey, friend, whatever it costs, fix this guitar. We'll take up donations, whatever. Well, this story got to the ears of Steve Stevens. Steve Stevens, guitar player. You know him from Billy Idol, Steve Stevens, Atomic Playboys. Phenomenal guitar player. Great guy. Steve heard about this, said, what type of guitar is it? And they said, and friend said, a Yamaha. He said, okay. He called up one of the reps at Yamaha. Yamaha has a rep named Scott Marceau. And Yamaha went back to Steve and went back to Fren and went back to Grace and said, we're going to replace your guitar. We're going to give you a top of the line Yamaha acoustic, a better guitar than you had. And this one's on us. So feel good story of the day. Scumbags lose, good people with good hearts, 1 point. There you go. So I just want to give a shout out because, here's Fren being a mensch and saying, look, I will do everything I can to fix your guitar. Here's hundreds of people hearing the news story, of good hearts, doing the right thing, pouring in donation, pledges saying, we're going to replace your guitar. Steve Stevens, as high up the echelon as he is, he says, you know what? What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. I'm going to help you get another guitar. And Yamaha stepping up, Scott Marceau at Yamaha stepping up and saying, you know what? We're going to do you one better. Here's a brand new guitar, better than you had before. Compliments of us. So there you go.
It's a great story. And Steve Stevens is a class act, always has been.
Total class act. Fren Askin's a class act. Yamaha's a class act. Grace, if you're watching, rock on. Enjoy your guitar. Glad it had a happy ending.
More importantly, I'm glad she is safe and healthy.
Yeah.
Guitars
I'm glad
can be
she's
replaced.
okay.
Guitars can be replaced. Granted, you have sentimental attachment and shit like that, and it can break your spirit a little bit. But I think it's fantastic that she's safe. Most importantly, and if you see somebody harassing somebody that is perceptibly weaker, don't stand by and let it happen.
Do the right thing.
Stop that shit. Stop that shit. Stop
bullies
it. We're better than this.
Bullies deserve to be stopped. That goes in elementary school. That goes in cases of people ganging up on someone for race, religion, sex, politics, whatever it is. Bullies. Anytime I've seen a bully, you step in. You just do.
Stop it. We're supposed to be better than this.
America. This is America. I'm very proud of what this country stands for. That Captain America shield has a lot of significance in my heart. So do the right thing. And these guys all did the right thing this time. So really glad to have that one. So that's today's feel good story.
Now let's get to the shit stories.
Yeah, let's get to all the music.
Let's talk about the dirt. The dirt and the stuff that we can just dump on so that everybody can think of us as the assholes that we really are.
Yeah, right. Let's start with Iron Maiden.
Fucking kumbaya stuff. Let's go.
All right, Mancuda. More penis humor. I didn't come here for your shit. All right, let's start with Iron Maiden news. There's a couple Iron Maiden pieces in the news.
Great story here.
A couple of them, actually. Let's start off with Adrian Smith. Did you know Adrian Smith was tapped to join Def Leppard when Steve Clark died? Mm-hmm. I did not.
It was a rumor. And then when he left Iron Maiden, There was a rumor that might happen as well. And you know, I don't know that would have been the right fit. I think it's smart that he didn't do that. I don't know that Adrian Smith is a pop metal guitar player. I mean, he can be. I mean, you know, but
he's
I don't
versatile
know.
enough.
Yeah, but I just don't think I don't think it's him. I think he would be. I think it's you know, again, Steve Vai did well in Whitesnake, but it wasn't him. You know what I mean? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. So
I mean,
I'm glad that Adrian came back to Maiden. I'm glad that Maiden hung on to all three guitar players. It just speaks to the class organization that Iron Maiden are. It would have been interesting. It would have been interesting to hear Adrian Smith and Phil Collin play together. That might be an interesting combination of players. I think they're kind of similar. I think because people don't know Phil Collin can shred. Phil Collin can play when he wants to.
Big time.
The girl records, the stuff that he did with the girl records with Phil Lewis, if you're not aware of Phil Collins' pre-Def Leppard band, Girl, fantastic band, released 3 records. You should go check those out. Not at all like what you would expect. More sort of new wave of British heavy metal sounding, less poppy, Def Leppard sounding.
I mean, talk about a soloist guy.
Right, yeah.
I mean, Jesus. And Vistalite 1972, does Maiden need 3 guitarists? Fuck
nope,
yeah.
They don't need it. They don't need it, but they utilize it fantastically. Yeah.
The way they break up the guitar chores is really interesting. I mean, look, it's you know, usually you have a lead and a rhythm. The way that Maiden does it is real interesting, and all 3 are talented as fuck.
Yep.
I mean, they give a unique sound. And look, Maiden, you know, like we were saying earlier, you have Priest, you have Black Sabbath, you have Maiden. These are some of the biggest legendary bands ever in metal. And, you know, he's top of the food chain there.
Yeah, no, I think that Adrian, I think that, you know, Adrian and Dave Murray doesn't get anywhere near the kind of credit he deserves either for being the player that he is. Iron Maiden has perfected the multi-guitar band sound, the one that Thin Lizzy pioneered before them, that Thin Lizzy and Skinnerd pioneered before them. Maiden took that and brought it to a level that is perfection. And I think that being able to put a third harmony into that makes Maiden sound that much more grandiose and huge and Baroque. You know, I mean, let's face it, what Maiden does is a lot more minstrel Baroque metal, much more complex.
Minstrel?
Yeah. Well, you know, they had that period. And
I have my period today. I wish it would go away.
One of the things that's so great about what's so great about Iron Maiden is that they are singular. You know, there are bands that have tried to sound like Iron Maiden, but it doesn't work. It's not the same. Iron Maiden are singular and unique. The idea that they're able to take a third guitar and integrate it in there and not detract and make it muddy and noise, but to add another voice that makes the music that much bigger is fantastic. I don't think Maiden gets the kind of credit they do for that.
It's like a heavy metal orchestra. If you think about it, an orchestra has like 30 players. You have the violinists and the cellists and the bassists and the bassoons, and, you know, all these things coming together to form a beautiful, you know, song. Maiden's basically doing that, but with metal guitarists. They figured out a formula that they can take these multitude of instruments and these guys just putting them together and saying, okay, here's how this is going to flow. And it does.
Yeah.
Speaking of flow, Johnny, did you miss the minstrel?
Hang on, I got to jump out and jump back in. I'm getting audio issues.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, clicky. I thought there was a cricket in his mouth. I just kept hearing clicking.
Oh, this whole thing's been clicking for me the entire time.
Really? I'm not catching it on my end.
Yeah. It's not. I don't think it's so bad though, because on my other computer, before we started, it was fine on that one. So,
well, let's see. While we're waiting for Paul to jump back in, Johnny, I sent you a link earlier regarding Iron Maiden. Can you put that up, please? So, Iron Maiden has coming out on October 9th for their anniversary, a first album reissue a special disc, and this thing is super, super cool. While I was saying earlier, I don't collect records a lot other than for the cover art, and I do for Maiden because that cover art of Eddie is incredible. They're coming out with this amazing picture disc from their first LP, and wait till you see this thing. It's available for pre-order now on their website. It's coming out October 9th. Johnny's going to bring up the image. I love picture discs. Like, that's like an old school thing in the 80s. Like, you'd go into a record store and you'd see like some imported picture disc of like, you know, Maiden or Metallica or something, you know, usually a cool metal band. And some of those were pretty badass. And this one coming out is just tremendous. Very, very cool looking. Limited edition. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
How cool is that? It's, you know, it's a transparent vinyl with that first Eddie. That's badass.
Yeah, that's cool.
If you're a Maiden fan, this is the type of shit that you love, because when you have a mascot like Eddie, you know, Megadeth also, Judas Priest, you know, these guys, they come up with these terrific mascots that you just follow along.
I think that Maiden and Motorhead were the first two. I think that those were the first two that had that character that identified the band. You know, and not too far from each other. I mean, obviously Motorhead came first. But
when did they bring in the symbol?
Yeah, the symbol was on the first record. So you look at, you know, what some people call the War Pig, other people call it Snaggletooth. That logo, you see it and you immediately think Motorhead. When you see that, you know it's Iron Maiden. You don't have to see the logo. You know what it is. It's become so synonymous with him. And obviously Eddie changed over the years. He was much more Lara Flynn Boyle there in that picture than he is now.
Well, also remember, every album he changed his look totally. You know, Number of the Beast was different from Peace of Mind, different from Power Slave, and then he was a cyborg in Somewhere in Time. And, you know, that's one of the things that's cool, you know.
But it's still, you know, I mean, Derek Riggs, the artist, has created an iconic symbol that I had that cover painted on the back of a denim jacket, hand painted by a girl years ago.
Everyone had Maiden, Metallica, and Priest painted on denim.
Painted on denim, and she did it, you know, and it was beautiful and it was perfect. And I let another girl borrow it and never saw it again.
Ugh.
So fuck me for being stupid, because I would love to have that jacket back today. But that's iconic. I mean, I've got the Eddie's Archive behind me, one of those, the box set that they didn't make many of those, because Eddie is the coolest mascot ever. He and the War Pig or the Snaggletooth or the Motorhead logo. Those are the two great ones. Those are the ones that stand out. Obviously, Vic Rattlehead from Megadeth is a distant third, but those two.
I was about to say Vic is also really neat, because I like continually seeing him. Priest is interesting because you basically have the Hellion and what's the other
Metallion.
one?
Yeah.
Metallion or Guardian?
Yeah. No, the Metallion.
Metallion. Okay.
And the Hellion,
yeah. Yeah, and those two only appeared on what, 2 albums, and then they were fighting each other on a third.
Yeah, they got. Yeah, I mean, well, they bring it back for Firepower. I think you see the Hellion is back on that, but the Metallion was Defenders of the Faith.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, but wasn't there an album like a greatest hits album or an import? I thought I remembered one where they were fighting. They were coming at each other.
It's possible, but I don't know if I have. I mean, I'm looking at all the Priest stuff now, and I'm trying to think if there's one that has the two of them on it. I don't think there is.
But it's interesting. Those are the two that, even though you had like you know, the Defenders of the Faith, similar artwork to the artwork on Turbo. You know, the Turbo hand doesn't, you know, match up. It's not a character. But you know, that what are you on, Maiden over there? Okay. But you know, those two, the bird and what is he, a lion, I guess, or a dog?
The Metallion is, he's like a sphinx, I guess, or a lion or a panther of some sort. Yeah. From the Defenders record. But yeah, you've got the Hellion is obviously the bird, And then the Metallion is the monster or the creature, whatever that thing is.
I don't know if it's a dog or a lion, but whatever it is. But those two seem to just be endearing. And again, of course, those are two of their best albums. You know, I mean,
yeah, I love Defenders of the Faith. Might be my favorite Priest album overall.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, British Steel is great. I mean, look, Judas Priest does no wrong in my eyes, but the two biggest sellers that I know of, I think, were Screaming for Vengeance and Defenders of the Faith, right?
Well, I think Turbo sold a lot too, but
it didn't have all the hits that
it wasn't as good.
The endearing songs.
What's interesting is the difference between Judas Priest and Iron Maiden for me. And we talk about, the image and the mascots and stuff. I own all of the Judas Priest albums, including the Ripper Owens albums. I do not own the Blaze Bayley Iron Maiden albums.
Really?
The difference to me is that Ripper did a great job singing for Priest while still sounding like Judas Priest. And I don't think Blaze Bayley sounded like Iron Maiden at all. I think he sounded a little bit closer to Paul Di'Anno Iron Maiden than Bruce Iron Maiden, obviously. But I'm not interested in the Blaze Bayley records as much as I am the Ripper Priest records. I don't know why. For whatever reason, those records, the Ripper records, work for me. I forgot the Jugulator. The Jugulator is the third one.
Okay.
That's the third, and then you've got the Angel of Retribution. So now you've got Angel of Retribution shows up.
On the cycle, the Angel, right?
Yeah, the Angel's the
Painkiller.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a completist, so I'm always going to just stay true to buying whatever comes out just so I have that complete catalog. And I do the same with, long-term bands like Kiss and Sabotage and Aerosmith.
I can't do the Blaze records. I just can't.
Well,
I don't know why. I just,
look, I mean, some are better than others in general in anyone's catalog.
No, I get it. No, I get it. I think I have a loyalty to the Bruce, because I've got all the Samson records too, and yet I don't own any Wolfsbane.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like I don't. Something about Blaze just doesn't work. I don't own any Battle Zone, but I have the Di'Anno Iron Maiden records and all the Bruce Iron Maiden records and all the Bruce Samson records. But for whatever reason, the Blaze records just never. I don't know why.
Deja Voodoo brings up a good point. Blue Rhino is Popcorn's version of Eddie.
Possibly.
He's the most beloved icon out of the band.
And that's why JoJo is so angry.
Yeah, because you would think, hey, a chimp. Everyone likes a chimp. Not that nasty motherfucker.
Nope. No,
JoJo's,
I get what you're saying.
JoJo's a spoiled brat, and Blue Rhino's good to the fans. That's why.
And I understand that. Yep.
Right, Johnny?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the whole more flies with honey than whatever.
Than with urine. Or
Robot Master
or flung poo.
Robot Master Switch brings up a very good point. I respect Judas Priest, but I listen to Motorhead. I love Motorhead.
Everyone loves Motorhead.
I own more Motorhead than any other band on my shelf. I found that out by accident.
You don't have to choose. That's the thing. I mean, these are all.
No, I understand. Yeah,
these are all legacy bands. It's like, who do you like better, Alice Cooper or Kiss? They're both legacies. There's no,
right.
You don't have to choose. They're different, and they all deserve your listening to and their respect. And you can't go wrong wearing a shirt from any of the bands that just mentioned. You want to get laid? Go out in a Maiden shirt. Go out in a Motorhead shirt.
What's interesting though is that Priest, when you took Rob Halford away, something was lost. Maiden, when you took Blaze Bayley away, something was lost. When Fast Eddie left Motorhead, the argument could be made that they got better. That they got better when Phil Campbell and Wurzel took over. You know what I mean? Like there's the argument to be made that when you took the classic element away from Motorhead, when you took Phil Taylor and Fast Eddie away from Motorhead, they actually put out better music, more consistent music. It's the exact opposite of the other bands' examples.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Early Motorhead, for those that don't know, Larry Wallace was the guitar player on the first record, and he made no mark whatsoever. Fast Eddie Clark was the guy. Fast Eddie Clark, Filthy, Taylor, and Lemmy are considered the quote-unquote classic lineup of Motorhead. Meanwhile, they only made a couple of records together. most of the Motorhead catalog consists of Phil Campbell, Lemmy, and Mickey D, and Phil Taylor. Phil Taylor came back a couple of different times, but Phil Campbell and Wurzel were in Motorhead longer than Fast Eddie Clarke was.
I love Motorhead just because, in general, Lemmy is just a character that really just plays great music, of course, but his character, his attitude is like the epitome of metal. Just that fuck you, I'm gonna play loud.
He would punch you if you called him metal. He
spit
hated
on
that.
me. Yeah, they all hated it. But spit on me and I'm happy, and I'm gonna fuck your mother and blow up your eardrums. I mean, it's Lemmy. There's a reason.
Awesome.
There's a reason. There's a statue of him in the rainbow.
Motorhead should also be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Easily.
Motorhead invented speed metal. Motorhead invented thrash metal. They invented it. It was obviously metal was Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin and Deep Purple. Black Sabbath invented heavy metal. Motorhead made it go fast. Motorhead was the first band to do what they do. Motorhead did it first, then Accept did it long before bands like Metallica and Slayer and all those thrash bands did it. Motorhead did it first. They were the first band to bridge hardcore punk and heavy metal and make it work.
Yeah.
And Brett Dennis brings up, yes, adding Brian Robertson did not work at the time. Going back and listening to Another Perfect Day, it's a really, really underrated Motorhead record and has some of their best music on it. I Got Mine is as good a Motorhead song as has ever been written.
And Vistalite brings up KK Downing. Didn't he leave Priest also?
He did.
Yeah, he did, and he wasn't coming back.
No, and it's interesting because he wants to now. He wants to now with Glenn being sick. He thinks that he can find his way back into the band.
And he should. He really should.
He should never have left.
Yeah, I know.
But look,
put aside that shit.
Yeah, but Rob should never have left either. So
I just read this morning that the same type of argument is going on with LA Guns, another band who's split into two bands now.
Right.
Both called LA Guns. To me, LA Guns is Phil and Tracy.
Yep.
That to me is LA Guns. That's your lead guitarist, and that's your singer, and that's LA Guns. Now, the other side, you have Kelly Nichols, who's the bass player and one of the writers of the bands. He wrote Ballad of Jane, and the drummer, I forgot the name of the drummer.
Stephen Riley.
Okay, and Steve. So yeah, you have a band that's split, but they're fighting for the name, and they've got extra players, and they're saying, look, at times Phil left the band, but I kept it going. Tracy left the band, but I kept it going. So where are the real LA Guns? And Tracy and Phil say, look, the reality is a band is mostly your singer and guitarist. The bottom end's respectable and whatever, but this is, if you took Van Halen and you took out, pick Roth or Hagar and Eddie, and you're left with, Alex and Wolfgang, I'm sorry, it's not what you want. So, I'm sorry, respectfully, as the differences go on, and I'm sure they have great fill-in players and whatever. For me, LA Guns is going to be Phil and Tracy. So
I own everything the band has done. I will not buy the new Steve Riley record. I don't believe Steve Riley and Kelly Nichols are LA Guns at all in any way, shape, or form. Just like I don't think that Jack Russell's Great White is Great White. I think that the band is the band, and I think you're right. When you're talking about LA Guns, you're talking about Tracy and Phil. Even the Jizzy Pearl record, is okay, but it's not LA Guns.
It's not the sound. It's not that signature sound.
No, it's got to be Phil and Tracy.
So
and anybody else, it doesn't really matter as long as Phil and Tracy is in. It's almost like with Guns N' Roses, as long as you've got Axl, Slash, and Duff. Although I would say that Izzy is way more important than we know, and we'll find out when this new record comes out how much he really meant to the band as a songwriter. But yeah, LA Guns without Tracy and without Phil is not LA Guns. Even the LA Guns records they put out when Tracy left the band weren't that good. They were all right, but they weren't LA Guns records. They didn't sound the same.
Brett Dennis brings up Queensryche, another band who split.
Very similar.
And again, I'm very close to that band, so I know all the inside of what happened and whatever. And look, you have Chris DeGarmo left, so that made it easy. You basically have Michael Whip Wilton over there, finding basically a literal Jeff Tate at his prime sounding singer, and Jeff Tate basically saying it's me and a backup band. So they fought over the name. Wilton and the gang won. The band basically won, and Jeff calls his band now Operation Mindcrime. Queensryche, similar also to Great White, like we were saying. Jack Russell's Great White. I'm the singer. It sounds like me. Mark Kendall and the gang. No, this is the band. This is the music and the writing you want. It's going to sound the same. We got a new singer, and everyone rotates in these new singers. What do you do?
Pulling off the lead vocalist swap is a very difficult thing to do. Very few bands have done it well. Obviously, Journey, Genesis, AC/DC, and Van Halen are the four that have been able to pull it off and make it work and go on to bigger success and more mainstream success. There is no better success story from a lead vocalist swap than AC/DC and Van Halen. Those two are the big ones. Most of these bands that try it, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
I think it works with Queensryche, but this is not a time that their band's type of music is, mainstream. So, Queensryche fans like it. It sounds, very similar. The big thing about Queensryche is a lot of that sound was also Chris DeGarmo, and that's what makes it a little different too.
It's funny. I don't own anything from Queensryche after American Soldier.
I have all of them, and make no mistake, I've said this on the show before. Todd LaTorre, who was originally from Crimson Glory, when I first heard Crimson Glory back in the 80s, I said, this guy sounds exactly like Jeff Tate. And as years have gone by, Jeff, again, with all respect, he doesn't quite have the range he used to. He's still amazing, but he doesn't quite have it. Todd does. Todd still has that range that Jeff used to have in his prime. So vocalist wise, you're great there.
It's funny.
As far as guitarists, Parker's not Chris DeGarmo. He's good. And Whip Wilton, tremendous, of course, but it's a slightly different sound. You just have to adjust to that.
And they're not the same. People are saying that Queensryche is doing fine now. They're not really doing fine. Queensryche was an arena band. Now they're a state fair band.
But I think that's just the state of the metal scene. Because I've seen them live, and they're really good live.
I understand that, yeah, but they're not the same. They're not doing what they did, and that's fine. Again, it's fine. I'm sure they're good records. I always thought when I first heard Queen of the Reich, I thought, well, here's a band that sounds a little like Iron Maiden.
I thought they were completely unique.
Yeah, I thought they sounded like Iron Maiden with the the way the riffs were and everything and the galloping bass line. And then I dug in and went, oh my God, this is great. This is different. This is, I mean, it was prog metal for me. It was the first prog metal band that I understood. Then I started listening to Fate's Warning. Then I started listening to Sabotage. And then, my little brother actually had Transcendence on CD. And I was like, oh my God.
Thinking Man's Metal.
And I said to myself, wow, this Crimson Glory band is cool. The mask thing is kind of goofy, but I get it. Everybody has a gimmick. And it would have sucked if they didn't have the songs, if they couldn't play, but they can or could.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing about Queensryche now, I think the 3 albums with Todd LaTorre that came out in those years, The Verdict being the newest one, I think they've evolved better than the last. I think The Verdict is the best one they've done with Todd. It's a tremendous album if you haven't heard it. And again, you're just gonna sound different without DeGarmo. But even if you had the whole band, I just think the state of metal music right now, you're just not gonna have an arena unless you do an arena tour like that, you know, the whole Motley Crue with Def Leppard, with Poison, with Joan Jett, they could fit in there as one of the early acts very well, but obviously not headline the way the following of Motley Crue or Def Leppard does.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any place for Queensryche and Savatage and Fates Warning anymore. I think unless they're playing a festival of that style of music, if you get, you know, Savatage, Fates Warning, Queensryche, Halloween, you know, and you put them all on one big festival so that you can I don't think any one of those bands has enough fans to get a promoter to say, okay, this band is worth throwing out on the road on a big tour. But if you put together a festival show,
maybe if all their fans came to one show.
No, I mean that's but you know what I'm saying. I mean, from a business standpoint, you've got to have these bands. They have to be able to draw enough, and none of them have enough fans to draw. And it's funny because the Queensryche guys have sort of settled, at least publicly, have settled their issues with Jeff.
They came to a financial agreement. That was it.
Yeah, but I also think that they're tepid towards each other, whereas they used to be a little bit more acrimonious.
Well, because, you know, when you fight in court over stuff, feelings get hurt. And by the way, I'm picking up Blue Rhino because Robot Master Switch says Paul has dogs, Johnny has Ned, Mancuda needs a parrot or snake. I got Blue Rhino. I'm good. I got one.
And he's got inflatable stuff under his bed that you don't need to see.
That's a whole different story. Blue Rhino doesn't even know about that stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I masturbate, I turn him around. I literally do that. He sleeps with me. I cuddle with him at night. But when I go to rub one out, which I'll do as soon as the show ends, I take Blue Rhino and I'm like, you know, I put him over there and I face him the other way. And he says to me, he's like, what am I looking at? I'm like, look at the wall. Look over there. Look at all those books I have. What about him? And I'm like, what's the noise? Nothing. No, but he doesn't, you know, he's a very sweet, innocent little rhino. So, you know. So there you go. God. So anyway, going back to Iron Maiden in the news, Adrian also has a secret solo project in the works.
It's not really a secret.
Well, when I say secret, he doesn't know who else will be on the album. He won't talk about it, or at least he won't talk about it. He'll say, I have a solo project going on. How about details? Who's playing with you? Said no details. He's very hush on it, but it's coming out. He's looking forward to it. I just wanted to mention that one. So that's Iron Maiden in the news. And like I said, interesting to find out he almost joined Def Leppard. He wouldn't give details on that either recently, but he said in an upcoming book, because he does like to write, you know, tell-all books, he will tell that story, he promises. So I think that's interesting.
Sorry.
There you go. Are we boring you?
No, you just know that I'm getting close to bedtime.
All right. Well, hang in there. We got a bunch of stuff. Let's see. Slaughter in the news. Just a quick little blurb. If you guys didn't know this, when they were first coming up with the name Slaughter, obviously it's Mark Slaughter's last name, but he didn't want to go that route as in I'm the band. He wanted, you know, a name for the band. So they were trying to do sort of a lynch mob thing where they called it Slaughterhouse, but Slaughterhouse was taken by a band. And then because they're from Vegas, they wanted to call it Loaded Dice, which to me means jerking off on the Monopoly board. But another band had that.
The problem is you can never pass go.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's always a chance. But I'm always on Baltic. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, they're coming up. Their contract's coming up. They've got to go on tour. And the guy's like, look, you know, the record company's like, look, we need a name. And we need a name by the end of the day. So they're going back and forth. They're looking for names. Everything seemed to have been taken. And think about the period. This is the late 80s. So like we were saying, a glut of metal, all the cool names that they were coming up with was taken. They're looking up, okay, how about this? Diamond Dagger. Yep, someone there. bloody rifle. Someone has that. Steel vagina. Yeah, there's one of those. So at the end of the day, they call him back, and Dana just goes, just call it Slaughter. Just call it Slaughter. At this point, I'm tired. Just call it Slaughter. He's like, you guys don't mind? It's like, no, just call it Slaughter.
And of course, we all refer to them as Slafter.
Slafter, because they're goofy, they're silly, they're a fun band.
Yep. Slafter.
I thought that was kind of funny. He's like, we're a ridiculous band. He's like, I don't want anyone to mistake us for a death metal band. Slaughter, we're Slafter. You know, girls are coming up at us, and we're silly, and we're down to earth, and we love our fans. Slafter. So that was how the name Slaughter came along.
And I do believe there was a European death metal band already called Slaughter.
There might be. I don't know how those laws go, because I know a couple of other bands ran into that also.
Skid Row.
There's Skids and a few others ran into
STH, and you know, a lot of the bands like The Beat, the band The Beat had to become the English Beat, and some bands had to become, you know, UK or whatever the band, you know, happened to be Sweet FA instead of Sweet. Yeah.
Beat Off.
Yeah.
Let's see. Interesting story. This one's fun. Alan Niven, who used to manage Guns N' Roses back in the day.
And Great White. He lives here in Phoenix. Well, in the Phoenix area. He lives up in Prescott. Nice guy. Bad teeth.
Well, the nice guy basically was under the thumb of David Geffen at the time when he separated from Guns N' Roses. And Geffen called him and said, hey, I want you to manage Bon Jovi. He's like, they're really not my style. I don't even own a Bon Jovi record. He's like, well, I want you to manage him. I'm going to have John call you. And he's like, all right. So a week goes by, and a phone call comes, and he's like, hey, it's John Bon Jovi. And he's like, fuck you. And hangs up. And then he's like, shit, was that really Bon Jovi? And Bon Jovi calls back. He's like, hey, no, it's really John Bon Jovi. And he's like, oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. Anyway, long story short, John basically said, hey, so can we meet for a drink and, you know, have a little meeting of the minds and see, you know, maybe we could work together. He says, well, I can't do it right now, but let's reconvene. I'll call you in a couple of weeks. We'll get together. And he says John was so used to having control over someone like Doc McGee, who they had separated with, that he was like, I wonder what happens if John says jump and I don't jump. So he let it go a couple of weeks. And then, you know, Gavin said, hey, call Bon Jovi. So he calls Bon Jovi, and, you know, he's driving over there, and he's thinking, I really just have no interest in a band that's like about parties and girls and stuff like that. You know, Guns N' Roses was more gritty. But these guys, like, you know, they go into a pizza place and ask hot girls, like, hey, do you think this song is good? You know, that's how they pick songs for their albums. You know, they're kind of like that Jersey party scene. I'm just not into it. So he goes and he meets with John Bon Jovi, and now he's in the office, and Bon Jovi has their tour manager and another manager over there. So it's three of them lined up. And he says, John, what's this? I thought that, you know, you just wanted to have a meeting of the minds. You're that, you know, nervous that you need three people. He's like, I'm not going to manage this. I'm not going to do this. And he didn't wind up taking the Bon Jovi gig. And it was probably a big mistake, because John has had some incredible paydays that he could have been a part of. But I thought it was very interesting. He basically turned down John Bon Jovi just because he wasn't into the band, and he didn't like that party attitude. He didn't like basically what was the opposite of Guns N' Roses. You know, he says, Axl, I was controlling his temper. John seemed like, again, you know, we're going to take photos with some nude girls, and we're going to have a party and a lot of groupies. And he just wasn't into that scene. He's like, to this day, I don't own a Bon Jovi record, but I probably could have taken some of those paydays.
When was this? What year?
This was right after he parted with Guns N' Roses. I don't know what year that was. So I would guess late 80s. When did Doc McGee part with Bon Jovi?
John Bell. Paul,
or have a fallout or whatever. Basically, it's when he had a fallout with Guns N' Roses. Paul, do you know what year Alan Niven left managing Guns N' Roses?
I want to say 88, 89. I think that's when Axl got his guru. The woman Beto, whatever her woman, I forget her name. The one when Axl got his guru and started hanging out with people outside. I mean, Alan was there for the meet, and then I think Axl started to take control of the band. And Alan doesn't suffer fools. I mean, he's got great business instincts, and he likes to be listened to. And but he's English, and if you don't want to listen to him and you don't want his help, fuck you, good luck. So I think I want to say it was close to 1989, 90, right around the time that that the Illusion records came out.
Okay, so at that time Bon Jovi was after Jersey, or were they still milking Jersey? They were probably still
I think they were still milking Jersey, yeah.
They were probably still touring Jersey. So that was, for a man with good business sense, that was a mistake.
I would think so, yeah.
Because he said, look, I have to admit, John had some amazing paydays over the years that I could have been a part of. But to this day, I still can't get into the music. I still don't own a Bon Jovi record. And I still can't get into that party attitude of the band. So there was Alan Niven missing out intentionally on managing Bon Jovi. I thought that was interesting.
Alan also managed Motley Crue briefly.
Similar. I don't know how he could pick
Dokken.
Motley Crue and not manage Bon Jovi.
Well, think about this for a second. Think about the bands that he was involved in: Guns N' Roses, Great White, Motley Crue, Dokken, Havana Black. I mean, these were bands that are sort of party bands. Yeah, party bands that needed a focal point leadership type deal, a guy where he could be the decision maker. John Bon Jovi has never been that guy. Bon Jovi has never been that band. John Bon Jovi has, since day one, envisioned himself as Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
So
he's got control.
So it makes sense that because Alan Niven together with John Bon Jovi would never have worked. It just wouldn't have worked. They're not the same. Knowing, and I don't know Alan really well, but knowing enough about Alan as I do, Alan is unorthodox and likes things a certain way, and he's a little bit dirty and a little bit seedy and a little bit. He's the kind of guy that's more like Peter Grant, Richard Cole, and less like, of a steward of things. Alan is not corporate. Alan he's a great road manager type guy, not a corporate leader. And I'm sure Bon Jovi didn't want that kind of guy. That would have been Alan. I think is a little too dirty for John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi
wanted him, but again, go ahead.
Because Bon Jovi was always crystal clean. There's nothing rebellious about Bon Jovi at all. Mm-hmm. Bon Jovi is not a band that you could ever think has ever been in a bar fight. You know what I mean? They're very, very squeaky clean and don't have that street cred that bands like Guns N' Roses and Motley Crue had. It's just a different style band. It doesn't make them any worse or better or anything like that. It's just stylistically, they're not that band. John Bon Jovi, as much as they put, patches on the back of their jackets, they're not a motorcycle band.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? They're just not that. That's not their
style.
They're
an arena band. They're a stadium band.
But Doc McGee is the kind of guy that manages Bon Jovi, not Alan Niven. Alan Niven is dirty. Alan Niven is back of the bus. Alan Niven is pick you up when you're fucking covered in vomit and drag you to the next gig. That's the kind of guy Alan Niven is. John Bon Jovi has never been that guy. It's oil and water. It wouldn't have worked.
Well, at the end of the day, he says, I still don't own Bon Jovi records, but I would have loved to have been part of some of those paydays.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, no, Alan is funny. He's very contemplative about what could have been. He's another guy that, he had a good ride, but it could have been a better ride, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Great guy. He organized a great benefit here for the Granite Mountain Hotshots, the memory of the Granite Mountain Hotshots, which is the 19 firefighters who died in the big wildfires a few years back. It's been almost 10 years now, or it's been over 10 years, I think, where these guys died. And he put together this huge benefit up in Prescott, which is halfway up to, where these firefighters were based out of, and had Slash come in and play.
Nice.
And Slash came in and played gratis. He came in and did it as a favor and came in and played. There was a band called Razor, Razer, whose guitar player, Jordan Ziff, is now in Rat.
Oh, cool.
And Alan managed Razor as well. So he's a good dude. He's an eccentric dude. Again, he knows he's had a good run, knows it could have been a bigger run, and I'm sure he regrets that decision.
Well, Bon Jovi is still chugging along today and still
he's doing just fine.
Still making a lot of money. He's in good standing even without Alan. Shifting gears, I thought this was probably my favorite story of the week. And there's a couple of them, but this one seems to be my favorite. Styx, the drummer of Steel Panther, many years ago belonged to another band before he joined what was Metal School, what was what are the names
Metal
of the
Shop.
Atomic Punks, Metal Shop?
No, well, Atomic Punks is a different band.
I'm sorry. What
Metal Shop, Metal School, Danger Kitty.
Danger Kitty, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you.
Yeah.
I should know that. I own the guitar for that one. Okay. It's late, kids, but anyway, so Styx was in a band before those guys, and they used to play bars and stuff. So anyway, one night where they were playing as a house band for this club, they knew that Prince was in town. Prince, like When Doves Cry, Little Red Corvette, things like that. They knew he was in town, and they'd heard rumors that Prince's big thing was, after playing a big arena show, was to go to a local small club, go to the owner and say, hey, I want to play here tonight live. I'm going to charge money at the door. I keep the door. You get the bar. And the owners were like, well, fuck, yeah, of course. No problem. So he does this to this club that Styx was the house band in. He said, that night we were told we weren't going to play. We got thrown out of our normal dressing room. And here comes Prince. And Prince has this little attitude. And they're like, don't talk to Prince. Don't look at Prince. Prince is, blah, blah, blah. So Prince goes and plays, and he doesn't bring his own equipment. He says, I want to use whatever equipment you have, the house band's equipment. So the house is like, okay. So Styx's band basically lends him this equipment. And Prince has this habit, and you've seen him do it before. He has this habit during the show. He plays this crazy guitar solo and then throws the guitar up in the air and lets it land behind him. So he did this in this show, and Styx's guitarist was like, what the fuck? He just threw my fucking guitar over his shoulder. And he broke the guitar. And then he goes and plays a bass solo because, Prince was multi-instrumental. He plays a bass solo with the bassist's instrument, and then he leans it against the drum kit, and with his foot, he just kicks it to snap the neck. And the crowd goes wild. And so he took out the bass drum head, the bass, and the guitar. He broke all the band's instruments, basically. He just busted. And Styx and the gang, they're all furious and stuff. So they go over to the Prince's manager, and they're like, hey, you guy just fucked up all our instruments. The guy gives him the finger. He flips him off, and he says, here. And he hands them $100 to the guitarist and $100 to the bassist. And he's like, now you're good. So my question is, am I the only one that just would have taken the guitar neck and smashed Prince over the fucking head? Kicked that manager in the balls? I mean, is it just me?
This is why, and this is why I've never asked anybody to play their guitars or ride their Harley, and I don't expect anybody to ask me to do mine. Backlining a band is a risk that you take. They have nothing invested in it. They have no respect for your shit. And the unfortunate part about that is that's the suck part about when you lend out your gear for somebody to play on it. It's not their gear, so they're going to treat it like shit because they have nothing invested in it.
But
I think
there's
that's
a difference
it's a shit
between
move.
accidentally bumping a headstock against a mic stand and literally throwing the guitar over your shoulder up in the air until it smashes, and then literally breaking the bass in half intentionally against the drum riser. It's like, what the fuck?
No, I agree. It's a shit move.
And he's done it before. He's done it. I think he did it on like a late night show also, if I remember, like, you know, maybe a few years before he died. I remember like he took someone's guitar, like a vintage Telly or something, and he just threw it up in the air as high as he could, and he walked away and let it smash down. And whoever it was, like in that late night show band, was like, what the fuck? But like, he didn't go against him because it was Prince. He's like, I guess I'll just treasure this as a souvenir. But I mean, it's like, come on, man.
It's a story. I mean, it's not everybody. Not everybody can say Prince smashed their guitar.
Yeah, I just don't.
I'd rather have the story that I smashed Prince in the teeth. And make no mistake, I miss the guy. I miss his talent. You know, I loved his music and his ability. But if someone literally intentionally with that ego and attitude did that to my instruments, and then his manager goes, "Fuck you, man. That's Prince. Here's $100. Now you're good." It's like, I'm going to drag you out back and castrate you.
I agree. It's a shit move, and that's why you don't let anybody use your gear.
Yeah. Well, no worries now. He's not going to do it now.
Well, I'd let Prince smash my guitar.
Really? Well, let's see if Zombie Prince comes back, because it is 2020, Johnny. Anything's possible. If Zombie Prince comes back, he's gonna go, "I want to rock Johnny Beane's guitar." Oh
my God.
Yeah.
So that story happened. That was near me. That was it was in San Jose. That's where that happened.
Yeah, I saw that tour in Sacramento. That was when he basically would show up. They would announce that the shows goes on sale on Friday and he'd play on Sunday. It was a really weird tour where he was doing these like small theaters and shit. And that's why he didn't have any backline. It was basically Prince flew in. They to try and avoid scalpers, they would put the tickets on sale 48 hours before the actual show. So I saw him in like it was like an old church that was converted into an auditorium in Sacramento. And it was pretty amazing because the auditorium itself, the floors were being held up by supports. They were like these hydraulic piston supports. It was like an old gymnasium basketball floor. And while Prince was playing, the whole floor was shaking. We felt like the building was going to collapse.
Oh no.
And he was phenomenal though. It was a fucking great show.
It was sold out, right?
Yeah.
I guarantee you every day it was sold out.
Yeah, they were also, that was why it was like this random thing. It was like a drive-by tour. You'll probably remember it's probably, I want to say 2002, 2003. Is that about what this story comes from?
Not sure. Giants didn't say a date. I don't think it said a date. It said basically before he was with Metal School kind of thing. Before he got with Steel Panther.
Yeah, I want to say this was somewhere around 2002, 2003.
All I know is this was definitely something Prince did a few times more than not. And looking in the chat, let's see. Dan of New Jersey said Prince would be a princess after I got done with him.
Lenny never got close to him. You would never got close to him. Four guys, 350-pound guys would have beat the shit out of you. You would have never got close to him.
Lenny Lou said, if you're an asshat, I don't want any part of you. Susie Cherry says, oh, that wouldn't fly with me. I could see Susie Cherry. I don't know how tall you are, but I'm imagining you as like a little girl and probably like coming up to Prince like eye to eye and just popping him in his little nose, making his blood fly. Let's see. KXM Rock says $100. Don't pay my bar tab. Kurt S5150. Treat others as you would want to be treated. If you don't want your stuff smashed, you should not smash other people's instruments. Makes sense to me, boys and girls.
It's so weird though. Like somebody else's gear. I don't know. Maybe it's like hallowed ground type. It's like asking to wear somebody else's underwear. I just think that everybody's gear is their own shit. Like even when our band was playing, it was you asked permission. If somebody like got up to go to the bathroom or something like that, you'd say, "Hey man, is it all right if I grab your stuff?" Like you didn't just pick it up and play somebody else's gear. You just don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of courtesy between bands. Hey, can I use your amp? Hey, my guitar is fucked up. Can I borrow one of yours? You know, there's courtesy. But if you're given that courtesy, I mean, Prince came in like a hurricane. It's like out of the dressing room. Don't talk to Prince. Don't look at Prince. It's like fucking hell. As talented as Prince is, I hate arrogance like that when it comes to people. You know,
couldn't disagree. I mean, couldn't agree more. I get it. I mean, you know, badasses don't have to tell people they're badasses.
Yeah.
People, you know, now years later, you're telling this story about what a dickhead Prince is. Wouldn't it have been great if Prince had played that gig and played all that stuff and ripped a fucking cool solo on the guitar and afterwards signed it and handed it to him and said, "Hey man, thank you."
Yeah, that would be the right move.
Be a better story. That'd be a better story. That'd be a so much better story than this story. I mean, you know,
Jesus Christ.
Prince doesn't have to, you know, he doesn't have to prove how rock and roll he is. I don't get that at all. Prince is not Pete Townsend. Pete Townsend, you know, was not a virtuoso guitar player, but he was a virtuoso performer.
I'm just looking in the chat. Susie Cherry says, I'm very well trained in judo and jujitsu. Bye-bye, Princey. Listen, I'm trained in jujitsu too. It's where we negotiate down the price of self-defense lessons, and then we slap them with a half-sour pickle. So
yeah, I know judo too. That's what you make bagels out of.
Yes. Judo. Yeah. That's terrific. Now my mother's paying attention. She's watching at home.
Oh, the show just got 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 25 seconds into it. You have my attention.
I'm going to ask your aunt to sign on and leave you a like. A thumbs up, John. Here I go.
That was quality entertainment. As soon as you started bringing in the ethnic humor.
Don't say I never do anything for you besides, you know, give you life, of course.
But what I mean, but don't thank me.
You don't have to thank me, even though I sacrificed my whole life staying with your father. And
I gave it all to you. I gave it all up to you. My career.
Yeah.
Yep.
We both know my mother so well. You fucked her, but I've been in that vagina when I was born. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, I got to be honest with you. You left the place a mess.
Yeah. No shit.
I mean, you could have taken a dustbuster to it at least.
Or a mop or something.
Yeah, well, no, the mop was, I mean, how could you know how wet it would get?
Well, luckily the plumber opened like a filter fish.
Yes, he did.
Certainly did.
I love when Johnny is now, I love when we get him to groan. He's like,
oh. John, my favorite Johnny thing is, oh my gosh. Oh, or he goes, ew.
or
gross.
Yuck.
Yuck. He says it with enthusiasm, like he's taken aback, like, yuck.
Yuck.
Oh, that's great. Let's see. Going down the line. Let's see. Kerry King in the news. He's basically been working his tail off at home in quarantine, and he basically announced his first project since 2015. Going to sound very similar to Slayer because, again, that's his sound. His last project was with Slayer, 2015 Slayer Repentless album. His new project still doesn't know who he's going to play with yet, but he's been writing, and he says, the God of Riffs has been smiling on me big time. He says, I have enough material for about 20-something great high-quality songs, enough to fill over 2 albums if I cherry-picked. So I'm so excited about this. He doesn't know who he's going to play with, but to look forward to at least 2 good albums that he's super excited about. Because what do you have to do? He's not touring. Right now, you know, Slayer did their farewell tour already, but like, he's not doing anything but at home writing. Here's a great riff. Here's a great riff. And he's basically putting it out there. Get ready. because when I do figure out who I'm playing with, you're in for at least 2 majorly cool albums that I'm super proud of.
He's I'm trying to think of who could be in a great band with Kerry for the style of aggro music that he plays. Gene Hoglan would be a good drummer for him. Somebody that can do, or Chris Adler. Somebody that can bring power and stand in there and be loud. I'm not sure what vocalist would work for him. I mean,
that's a hard one.
Yeah, I mean, it's what is he looking for vocals? Is he looking for an actual singer? Is he looking for somebody like a John Bush, or is he looking for a Devin Townsend, strapping young lad style Devin Townsend?
Well, he says it's very similar to his work with Slayer.
Well,
so
then
I guess think that range.
Well, I think a Devin Townsend would be a guy like that, but Devin is too eccentric to work with Kerry. Kerry's not easy to work with. Kerry, you've been around him. He's
a very nice guy. I've never worked with him, but I've sat and talked with him.
He can be abrasive.
Just working with, or
if you get him on the back, like I sat and talked Raiders with him, so it's always fun to talk Raiders because he's such a huge fan.
I talk guitars and chicken wings.
Yeah, well, all right. But he's a funny guy. He's wider than he is tall. He's not the tallest guy in the world, but he's very wide. He's a very solid guy.
Very solid.
Very solid guy. He's a little fire plug. He's a little fire plug. A Black Label brother as well. He's I don't know. I'm trying to think of who could work with him. He might have to find somebody, somebody from the extreme world. And I don't know, the guys will always say, well, what about Anselmo? What about Corey Taylor? Get somebody else. Bring somebody to the front that can do their thing and put their stomp on it.
I know who should produce it. Jay Hannon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's right. Of the great band Gizmachi.
Yeah. And speaking of Jay Hannon, he'll be on the channel tomorrow night. He's doing a show right here with Boner Jams.
Yeah, Boner.
And they'll be doing a metal show talking about new metal.
NU metal or new metal?
I think, I don't know.
Newer metal than the 80s style metal we talk about.
Newer metal or new metal as in Korn?
Strictly, I don't even know. Are any of you guys here?
Jay was in the chat earlier. I don't know if Boner is.
No, I'd say we are running near the end.
We got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I got to get some stuff.
Well, I got to go though.
Let's put it this way. Tune in tomorrow anyway and watch Jay and Boner Jams. I'm sure it'll be a good show, whatever they're talking about. Whatever.
It'll be amazing.
It'll be amazing. I'm going to sit there with my pants around my ankles, a fistful of Vaseline, and bated breath to see what's the moment I pump one out. So I'll be watching.
Masturbated breath.
Yes. Let's see. Okay, so that's Kerry King. I'll blow a couple of quick ones out there. Insert joke here. Ozzy Osbourne has a message for everyone. Wear the fucking mask. Just wear the fucking mask. I'm tired of not being able to tour. Wear the fucking mask. So Ozzy basically said that in an interview recently. He's tired of it. He's tired of everything going on. Wear the fucking mask. Wear the fucking mask. Blah, blah, blah. This is very interesting. For you comic book aficionados and fans of Ronnie James Dio, me being of both, there is a Dio graphic novel coming out, and it looks to be really good. It is called Dio Holy Diver, and is basically the story behind the cover painting of the album Holy Diver. And this is the pre-order of it. It's available to pre-order now. It's made by Z2 Comics, which I'm not familiar with, but obviously they have some credibility to get this. It's available summer of 2021, but can be pre-ordered now. And it's written by Steve Niles, famous horror writer in comic books, wrote 30 Days of Night, if you're familiar with that one, and painted by Scott Hampton, comic book artist Scott Hampton. very well known for American Gods and the Life Eaters graphic novel, if you have that, which I do both. American Gods is great, but basically, Wendy Dio came to them with this project, and Steve Niles, came up with what's supposed to be a very, very good story explaining the whole relationship between the priest and the demon above him, and the whole reason, again, how do you get in the water? Why is he chained? Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? And he says, it's not what you think. So look, Steve Niles, very well established in horror and in comics. I'm expecting a really good story, and I think it'll come out beautiful, knowing Scott Hampton's artwork. So that's that one. That's that.
Nice.
Let's real quick. Wolfgang Van Halen commented recently. He's always getting questioned. Who do you like better, the Roth years, the Hagar years? He says this ongoing battle is ridiculous. At the end of the day, you should like both of them because the same guy wrote all of that material.
Why do I feel like this don't I feel like this already happened? I feel like he literally had this exact same response like 2 months ago.
He's been tweeting.
He's been
every day.
He's been very busy,
and he's responding. He's responding to a lot of
But I think it was the same exact this war is stupid. You should like them both. I feel like this back in February he said the exact same thing.
That's when he was talking about Billie Eilish.
Oh yeah, that was Eilish when he said, "Look, they're both great. You should listen to both. Maybe if you like Billie's music, maybe you'll like Van Halen. Van Halen's cool too. And if you're a Van Halen fan,
I think there was
cool too.
But I think there was a Sammy and Dave thing, and he was like, "This is ridiculous. Will you guys stop?"
There's been a couple of them, and he's been very active to jump on it. But basically, he just wanted to point out, he's like, "Look, the reason you should like both of them, the guy who wrote them all is my dad. Eddie wrote them all. You should like all of it. It's all good because it's written by the same guy. If you like this album, you'll probably like this one because it's all written by the same guy." Because some people are like, look, Sammy's albums were more successful than Dave's, but Dave is the classic. And he's like, they're both good. They're all my dad. That's it. They're all written by my dad. If you like the music is my dad and my uncle and, for the most part, Michael Anthony.
Yeah.
So that's where he stands on that. Let's see. Two more quick things. Funko Pop. If you guys are familiar with those very cool toys, the Pop figures, they're about yay big. They look like giant bobbleheads, little figures like this with big bobbleheads.
Yeah. I have some thanks to Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
He sent me the Sting, Stewart, and Andy collection.
I have a Lemmy one.
I don't have any, but I've helped a lot of people get them. One of my friends owns probably the largest Pop distributor basically in the United States. They're based in Colorado, Rocky Mountain Collectibles. If you guys like Pop figures,
oh yeah,
Google them. We've featured them on.
We were looking at it.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain Collectibles in Colorado, terrific store, and they'll do the right thing. But they have everything. Anyway, the big thing is Dee Snider, for the better part of a year or two, has been trying to get them to make a Pop figure of him because he's been asked so many times. He's like, they have AC/DC, they have Kiss, they have Iron Maiden, they have all these guys, Ozzy, and why no Twisted Sister? And the fans finally all got together and started writing Funko, and lo and behold, they're coming out with Twisted Sister, including a little D. They're doing the whole band, and D will be part of it, obviously. But that's like a big victory for him because he's like, it sounds silly, but I've wanted forever to be a Pop figure, and all the fans ask me at every appearance I do, hey, do they make a Pop figure of you? And he's like, not yet, but I'm waiting. It's like Paul with Swiss Picks. Not yet, but I'm waiting.
Swiss Picks. Get some Swiss Picks. I did.
Finally. Thank you to the Beckers. And finally, let's again. I know it's almost a week later, but it's worth saying. we've supported Frankie Banali on this show. We pulled for him. We prayed for him. We lost him, and we need to say we love him. We miss him. And it's in the news, basically. His wife, Regina, put out there that, look, one of his last shows, it was known to everybody that, a while back, he pre-arranged his funeral. He wanted a funeral like Ronnie James Dio and like a lot of other artists, was basically a celebration of his life. So, was it Pine Lawn or Forest Lawn? I forget, in Los Angeles. He had Forest Lawn. He had the plots arranged and ready to go, and they were going to rent the Rainbow and have a big party celebration of life. And he's like, with COVID, we can't do that, but down the line, it's better to celebrate his life down the line the right way than, not doing it at all. So like a concert, this is put off for now also, but down the line, they want to have a celebration of his life at the Rainbow, and rightfully so. He was a super nice guy, amazing drummer. I was blessed to see what might have been his last show at NAMM, the NAMM Jam. That was either his last or one of his last. And look, Frankie Banali, great guy, Quiet Riot, Wasp. I mean, the list goes on and on, but loved and admired by his peers. And we totally miss him, and wish his wife, Regina, and his daughter our condolences from us at the show.
He was LA's John Bonham. Nobody hit harder than Frankie. He was, by all accounts, the torch bearer for a band who had 15 minutes that should have lasted longer but didn't, and yet he never wavered in that thing. A nicer guy, by all accounts. I don't know him. I didn't know him. I met him once, and he seemed like a pleasant guy, but a nicer guy amongst all my friends you can't find. Obviously, we spoke about it months ago on the show that we knew that this was a terminal situation, and we were hoping for a better result. But pancreatic cancer is not one that more than 2% of people that are diagnosed with it survive. So he knew that his time was limited, a lot like Jason. He knew that there's an end to this thing. It's just a matter of when. Unfortunately, Frankie's came sooner than it should have. But again, 13 Quiet Riot records, 7 or 8 Wasp records, the Hughes Thrall record. He sat in with Billy Idol for a while. He has a great resume, and there's some great tape on Frankie, and it sucks because, he's a legend in one way, and that is there's only one band that was the first band to be number 1 on the Billboard Top 200 charts in a heavy metal band, and it was him. And it was his debut album with Quiet Riot. People don't realize that was his first recorded output with the band was Mental Health. He wasn't on the first 2 albums. He wasn't in the band when Randy Rhoads was in the band. He was in the resurrected Quiet Riot that really only got noticed because in 1982, Randy Rhoads died. And people went, oh, Quiet Riot. That was the band Randy Rhoads used to be in. And the band was put back together. Kevin DuBrow put the band back together. And Frankie was lucky enough and certainly contributed enough to make that record what it is, a legendary album that's sold now over 10 million records worldwide. And not many people can say they've done that. And Frankie Banali did do it. And before Skid Row and before Pantera and before any other metal band, Quiet Riot went number 1 first. And Frankie Banali was part of that and deserves to be recognized for it. So it sucks that he's no longer with us.
Yeah. If you remember how often and what a huge hit Come On Feel the Noise was,
that they didn't even want to do it.
They didn't even want to do it. And keep in mind, for those that don't know, it's a Slade song. Mm-hmm. It's not an original. That's a remake. It's a cover. Mm-hmm. But it was done so well, and they hit at the right time when MTV was first coming out. Yep. And you saw, Kevin and Carlos and Frankie and Rudy Sarzo, daily, you heard that song everywhere you went. It was an anthem. I mean, it really was. That album, everyone had it. And, it launched the band. Again, like Paul said, they should have been bigger. They had their 15 minutes, maybe even a little longer, if you consider it. I always liked the band and liked Frankie's work in general. Super nice guy that everyone has good things to say about. And, Regina too, for that matter. And Ricky Rocket recently said, "Hey, he helped me get through cancer when I had cancer." And I'm sorry that he didn't survive his, but he was a source of strength and inspiration, again, like Jason Becker, for a lot of people.
Yeah,
and
he had the same attitude. He had the same, the same
that
look.
good attitude.
Yeah, he had a stroke last week and was never able to recover from it, and that's unfortunate. He left a good body of work, and he was by all accounts a good guy. And if a lot like Jason, there's a great documentary on Quiet Riot
that Regina produced. His wife
called
produced.
Well, Now You Hear There's No Way Back, and you get a sense in a very similar way to the Anvil movie that Frankie was hanging in there. He was hanging in there and keeping that thing going. And from what I understand, Chris Holmes said that Frankie used to give a lot of money to orphanages and children that were less fortunate, and was very philanthropic and never did it for the press. Never did it, never sought attention for it. Gave a lot of his money to charity, to kids.
For the right reasons.
For the right reason. And again, you wouldn't know that if he hadn't passed, because nobody would talk about it, because that wasn't something that Frankie Benali would discuss, which I think is a class move.
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like I said, he's in heaven now. I hope he's finally getting the chance to jam with Randy and Kevin DuBrow, in that version of Quiet Riot up there. So,
all right.
And
it's a down note, but it's a good
down note. But we need to say it because it's a tribute. We loved him, and everyone needs that last little minute of respect from us when it comes to Frankie, because we pulled for him on the show for a while, and we really love him and miss him, and consider it a tribute of love, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of love, we love everybody. We got to go.
Yeah, we really appreciate our audience. We really love you. We care about you. Stay safe out there. Let's say thank you to all of our channel members, because we appreciate you, especially more than everyone else. Hal Faith. We love all of you, but there's a level of you're our favorite child.
There's a level of love.
When it comes down to it, you're our favorite child. Hal Face, James Gum, Mancuta's a dildo fucker. 802, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Mancuta's a dildo fucker. 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, William Bill Spruce, Frank Corcoran, Thomas Santiago, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Jesus Rapes Me, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael. And who else?
Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
And happy birthday to Gene Simmons.
Very happy birthday to Gene Simmons.
Happy birthday to Rob Halford.
Rob Halford as well.
And 90-fucking-year-old Sean Connery.
That's right.
He turned 90. He's shitting at home right now.
I'm still getting laid more than Mancuda.
Shitting.
Even
right, I gotta go.
Even my withered penis. And thank you, channel members. Charles Beane, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Lenny Lou and Mary, Crazy Cook 678, Bo Zeke, Julia Baldessari, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Gargus Entertainment, and we love all of you. Thank you all. Leave a thumbs up, like the video, and we will see you here tomorrow, or Jay Hannon and Bo Zeke will see you tomorrow, and then we have other shows through the week.
Jay Hannon and Boner Jams.
Boner Jams, I'm sorry, not Bo Zeke.
8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. Jay Hannon, Boner Jams right here. Yes.
And thank you all. We love you. We care about you.
Wash
Rock
your
on,
hands.
everybody. Yeah. Ew. Now you tell me?
Yeah.
I just jerked.
Good night, Paul. Man, that was was that laggy for you, Paul?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I had stuttering.
We're
most
still
of the night.
live.
There was some
Yeah, I
stuttering.
know. Good night, everybody.
Hot mic. Goodbye, everybody. Leave comments. We love you.